I do not consent to you calling me daddy, Blue Flame. I am so tired. I just woke up from a nap. Today is going to be insane. I need sleep. Like, on one of the greatest levels, maybe to have ever been experienced. But I took a nap and I woke up from the nap not in a good way. Boo. I'm sorting stuff out still. Hold. Neuro, 20 months of free willingly giving me your money on the internet? Ridiculous behavior, thank you. Why would you do that? Stop it. I mean, don't. But stop it. Don't. Hi. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. It's hump day. Great. So exciting. Hey, really, when you think about it, 10 out of 10. Does it mean anything? Or is it just another arbitrary day in our lives? Feels like another arbitrary day in my life, at least. Chat, I look like shit. I woke up from a nap. Deal with it. I was gonna make an effort, and then I was like, I don't care. So it's not happening. I will put lip gloss on, but today's stream is brought to you by an emotional support Barocca. I have a headache. Well, get to it, Barack. I don't remind you just cause. Hey, follow. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Good day. Good day, good life. I've been mowing the lawn, so I'm covered in grass, dirt, and sweat. Mowing the lawn, though? Why is my nose so itchy? Are you near me? Are you giving me a grass allergy? I don't like it. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Hello chat, it's my 19 months. How has it been this long already? I cannot believe I've been free willingly supporting this cult with my dollars for this long.
Wow. Zibby, 19 months already. Late onset hay fever? I did go outside today. Pixel itchel? Too soon. Way too soon. Too soon. What? No. Bad chatter. Fired chatter. Well, there was your mistake going outside. In fact, I went outside 4 different times today, chat. Do you know how many times that... Pixel. No. 4 different times. 4 different times. It'll be really unfunny when the hay fever gets worse. It's so cruel. What the... Don't wish death upon me. Rude. Just let me be my... Just no. Don't no. I took Pixel for a walk and got a coffee. I went into the city and had a meeting. I then went to find shoes to wear for the wedding. And I found a pair on special in the right color for only $40. So, yay. And then I tried to take Pixel to the park, but there were too many children. And I don't even hate children, but there were too many children. So I did not go to the park. And so then I had to take Pixel for a second WALK because, well, obviously one WALK is not enough. I'm assuming going into the city takes ages. It's about 40 minutes both ways, I guess. It's more finding parking and stuff. The quest for validation. Who am I questing validation from? Parking? Oh, well, I didn't even have to pay, and that was okay. And I didn't get a parking ticket. So, honestly, I feel like I won. I do. I feel like I won. Rattling off all the achievements, you don't need validation? No, I do. That's why I rattle them off. Obviously. I went outside 4 times. Bow down. I'm learning that Melbourne is a pretty big place. Everywhere I look looks close to the city. Google tells me it's like a 45-minute commute to the CBD. Yeah. Melbourne's not small. There's a decent amount of sprawl, for sure. Not as bad as Sydney. Sydney sprawl is grosser than Melbourne sprawl. Melbourne sprawl kind of makes sense in some ways. Yeah, if you're close to a train line, it's not too bad. You don't want to be stuck having to catch like a bus and a train. You can do like a tram and a train is generally okay, but a bus and a train, no. That is exactly what it's like, Zibby. That's a very good description. You're going to target just a train? Good luck. That could be expensive. Like, most of the, like, places around trains are expensive. But also, you don't want to be too close because otherwise you will hear the trains. Not that it's that bad to hear a train. My little UK town is so hilariously small that getting a bus anywhere would actually be slower than walking. Yeah, but that seems like kind of wholesome as well. No, there's no hype train. The fuck? You live 2 properties away. 2 properties is all right. Like you get used to it. Like you get used to the sounds of the city, I suppose. No, I'm still only 14 chapters into the first ACOTAR book. Does it really seem like I've had a minute to read over the past? I don't know. I've been too busy. Too much going on. Still haven't heard from my real estate agent. You shared the bit you did with PCOS vitamin scans with your girlfriend. She really enjoyed it. Oh, I'm so glad. Depends a lot on the isolation. You can live right next to a train and almost don't recognize it, and I'm very sensitive to sound. Yeah, it becomes like, what do you call it? Ambient noise, where you don't notice it too much. The ContraPoints video actually gives incredibly timely insight into the mind of a smart reading woman. And what do we learn? She doesn't love you. What does it say about me? Also, I woke up from a nap, and it was one of those naps that was definitely a bad nap, but like I had no choice. I was so tired. It's too philosophical to understand. I'm going to make you all watch it then. There's been a lot of suppression of women. Groundbreaking news. Wow. Groundbreaking news. Women have thoughts, feelings, and desires. Shocking. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? No, I've never met Real Radhom. No. I don't think so. RJ, 37 months and a sneaky tier 2. I'm so grateful. It's 3 hours. There's not enough time left in the year to watch it with pauses. It's true. I'm sure it's worth a watch. I'll just watch it off stream. I live next to an airport and I notice every one of those jets flying over, but the commercial planes I notice only half the time. I don't know. There's always helicopters or planes or cars or trains. I don't hear any of it really. In fact, I notice more noises like out in the country, but I like them better because it's like dogs or birds or cars, like the occasional car going down a road or something. There are certain fan fiction related jokes in it that you would definitely enjoy. Probably. Hello, agent. I am exhausted, but not doing too bad. Also, RJ, I am so grateful for the 37 months you just kicked me back over 500 subscribers. Thank you. I'm really grateful. I particularly enjoy the sound of drilling at 2 a.m. That's my favorite city sound. I swear to God, the amount of works that have gone on in your building is ridiculous. Like outrageous behavior. Do we even have F-18s? Chat, do you want to know why I don't want to watch the new Contra video? Is it because I hate fucking Twilight discourse? I hate it. I am so over it because you know how I did the Twilight all-night marathon? She even covers that. I'm so over it. I'm just so bored. I don't want to fucking deal with Twilight again. I hate it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Like, yeah, it was great at the time and now I'm bored. Stop. I hate it. I don't want to think about Twilight. I don't want to look at Twilight. I don't want to be like, I don't want to hear any of the quotes. I don't want to imagine a werewolf hitting on a baby. I don't want to have to look at Edward's stupid face. I don't want to have to imagine being an angsty teen girl who doesn't know if she wants a fucking vampire or a werewolf. I don't. I don't want to deal with the like undertones of Mormon virgin bullshit. I don't. Do you know, is that wrong? Yeah, I don't want to have to hear where the hell you been, Loca. Okay, hear me out. It gives me the ick at the moment, and I just don't know if my brain can take it at the moment. Hi, Jelly Dots. I mean, you can watch the movies. I'm just tired of all discourse. Give me cute puppy videos. I'm old. I've had almost no interaction with anything Twilight. Great. Like, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to think about Twilight. I don't want to acknowledge Twilight's existence, to be honest. I'll probably love the video, but I'm going to have to be in the right mood. And I'm not in the right mood right now. And do you know what makes me not in the right mood? Everybody's saying that I'll absolutely love it as well. Like, that annoys me as well, for some reason. I don't know why. It's like, you don't know me. How do you know I'll enjoy it? You don't know me. I will not watch Twilight even up till the time I'm in a nursing home. Fair. That's okay. I can tell you you'll hate it. You know, for balance. I would rather watch Sharknado. You're not my real mom. All evidence points towards you hating ContraPoints. Yeah, that's just because I'm a good leftist. I'm joking. Chad, I really hate the internet today. TikTok videos have sent me into a spin. I hate everyone. I hate all of you. I hate everything. I'm a hater. I'm a hater today. I came across this video of this woman selling a fucking ebook, being like, oh my God, are you looking to escape the 9 to 5? Make content on your lunch break. And in my head, I'm just sitting there and I'm like, do you know how hard unions fought for the 40-hour work week? Maybe we should be like fighting for fair wages, not trying to manipulate people into buying our ebook so that they can create content on their lunch break because they're so passionate about their side hustle. And I'm so angry about it, and I don't have anywhere to put that anger. And I want to yell. I'm sorry. I'm really angry. I'm really angry, and you're all at risk. You're all at risk. You're all at risk. No, I don't want to burn the world. I want to burn everyone that's selling a fucking ebook and like preying on people. On that note, my ebook is $13.99, and I expect every single one of you to buy it. And it's going to have lots of smart stuff in there, like how to subscribe to twitch.tv/pixelsmixel, a 5-point guide. Do you have a mortgage? Well, you don't need to pay off that mortgage really fast. You can at least subscribe to Pixelsmixel. Are you having a coffee every day? This is legitimately what those people selling ebooks are doing. They're like, buy my fucking ebook and I'll teach you how to ruin your life under the guise of passion. I do have a mortgage and can sub to you too. That's called balance, Dirty Deeds. Proud of you for having a mortgage. I do not have a mortgage. One day, when I find somebody old and rich to marry and they give me a house. Can't wait. It's going to be the highlight of my life. I don't know what that is. She doesn't love you. What is that? Well, that's nice, Dirty Deeds. Budgeting is pretty important. Honestly, the last couple of months and the next couple of months are the only months that I've had to go back to like really closely following my budget to make sure I am not stupid. Just because I've had so much going on. Plus the wedding. Plus, you know, not my wedding. Can you imagine if it was my wedding? And it was just like, surprise. Sign up for maths. I'm not TV pretty. I'd hate to be on TV. Can you imagine me looking like this on TV? I understand that, like, technically I could be on some of your TVs right now, but I don't want to be perceived on TV. Imagine. No. Oh, oh no. Like this is different. Don't ask me why this is different, but this is different. I don't want to be on any morning news show. Do I look like a morning person to you? Like, ew. I'd literally, no. Gross. I don't even know if I'm ready to click a link. I don't, what does that have to do with anything? No, go away. Post it in Discord. You'd be great on radio because of my sick personality. Thanks, Snap. Me, literally grumpy at everybody today for no particular reason. You'd be great on radio. Actually, do you know what? I was listening to the radio the other day and somebody was actually grumpy at callers. Like, it's very obvious when you can tell when the host is just like, fuck this caller, get off. It is kind of funny. And I don't know if I would be able to like straight face it. Like I'm too much of an open book. I don't think that's possible. I would never go on MasterChef or The Block. One, I can do neither of any of the things that are required for either of those shows. Chat, I don't want to go on any reality TV. That sounds like a terrible idea. Like, no. That was an insult to your looks, but I was kidding. I didn't take it as an insult. At all. Do you want to know why? Like you have a face for radio kind of joke? Do people give like it's so funny because I didn't even perceive that as an insult because like I'm not that pretty, but like people give me money on the internet, so I don't care. I wouldn't do Survivor. I wouldn't do any reality TV. I don't know what to tell you. I wouldn't do any of it. It's not my vibe. At all. Ever. Don't wanna. Not even alone? No. Chat, in case you haven't noticed, I love watching TV from the comfort of my own home. Like a regular person. You could do Naked and Afraid. No, you could do Naked and Afraid. Snap, you'd be perfect for Naked and Afraid. In fact, you belong. You belong among the grubs in some like really humid spot. And I hope that all of the mosquitoes like crawl up on all over your nutsack and you have to sit there and be miserable. You belong on Naked and Afraid. Take care, chat and pics. I'll venture out the door number 1 today. Perfect. Chat, I don't want to be an actor either. What do you want to be when you grow up? I'm already grown up and I don't want to be anything. I hate that to be human is to have to be something. How about happy? That's fucking, oh my God, chat, you're tilting me so hard tonight. You can't be happy. That's just like a losing battle. For anybody like with like, you can't just decide to be happy. You can get a decent chunk of like contentness, but like you get snap, snap, snap. In fact, where are you? Take a full 24-hour ban. Bye. Wishing you all the best. Snap. Go annoy some other woman. Some other lucky special woman on the internet. It ain't gonna be me.
Tiny _ Pusillus gifted a tier 1 sub to dose _
didn't
of
work.
_ happiness. They have given
It didn't
1,030
work.
gift
Tiny,
subs
thanks
in
for
the channel.
gifted sub. Crackle pop, motherfucker, stop. Chat, I'm pretty sure I just woke up on the wrong side of the nap. I really did. I woke up on the wrong side of the nap. Like, you can't... When people are like, gifts are still the old alert, I think so. I don't know. Some of them are, some of them aren't. I don't know. I changed some of them. I can't apologize to the nap. The nap should apologize to me. I just hate it when people are like, you should aim to be happy. Because, like, anybody who is an adult realizes it's impossible. Or if somebody is like, no, actually being happy every day is possible, I'm like, that's a lie.
Very quickly how wonderful I am.
Let's talk politics. Thanks for the raid. Are you happy? Are you happy all the time? I'm assuming probably not. You were down, now you're just pissed off.
I'm
See,
here
look,
giving you money on the internet. Not because I
Oh.
find you highly pretty, you're just rather fascinating and cool and interesting to listen to.
That's the only thing to not piss me off. That's the only thing to have happened in the last 5 minutes to not piss me off. So thank you, Landa. I'm happy all the time because I'm a robot. Hi, Whoopit. How are you? I think I'm just content with a
Guys, it's
splash
not a
of...
cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
Chat, I just realized how... Agent, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. But when I looked over to see the alert, I looked at my face and I... Chat, I look like... I look like the nightmare that crawls out from under your bed and like, hey... Bonjour! Like it's giving Monsters Inc. Agent, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Chat, how many of you have women under your beds? Stop. 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 The orange nails are a vibe. They're not orange. These are for the wedding. They're orange and pink. Are they cool? If you were the nightmare under my bed, my teenage years would have been much different. Agent, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I'm so grateful. I'm just gonna... Maybe, do you know what I should do, chat? Do you know what? For 20 gifted subs, do you know what I'm doing today? I don't even care if it's cringe. I don't care if it's cringe. I don't care if it's cringe. No, for 20 gifted subs, I'm dancing because otherwise I'm literally going to eviscerate every single chatter. I am. It's a thing. I will. It's going to happen. I have to try and dance out my bad mood. I don't know how. I don't think it's going to work. Isn't my dancing good today? My most awkward dancing. Yeah, I'm doing white woman dance. I don't know if it worked or not. This is the Wednesday we've been waiting, go. No, we didn't hit the sub goal. I just got 20 gifted subs and decided to do a dance because I've been very grumpy. I woke up from the wrong side of a nap. Okay? I did. I don't know if it worked. I didn't. I'm still mad. You're all annoying. The solution may be wontons. I don't know. I definitely don't want wontons. Do you know what I want for dinner? And I don't know how, like, middle-class Australian this makes me. But all I want for dinner is baked beans on toast. Like, that's all I want. Agent, honestly, that definitely, maybe it helped a little bit. But I really just want baked beans on toast for dinner. That's some UK dinner right there. Just going back to my roots, you know. You now have 2 wishes left. I don't know what to wish for. I wish for... I don't know. I have no wishes. Where's Mr. Moogles? Moogles isn't around at this time because he's asleep generally. But Moogles is still here. He was here the other day. No world peace, no end to racism. I got you this star. Well, it would be useful if we were playing Mario Party, but we're not playing Mario Party, are we? Cancel Pixel doesn't use her wishes for the greater good. I don't trust myself to make the right decisions for the greater good. I think any one person who thinks that they can know what's right in regards to the greater good is a narcissist. I see it everywhere. Actually, although, chat, I don't know if you guys have... Look, we'll talk about this. I don't know if I trust you guys to have this conversation. There's rumors floating around that somebody posted a note. I'm sure most people who know, and it's a very interesting thing to have happened. And I think I'm hoping it will make society reflect on the way that people with big platforms go about addressing things through content. But also does everybody know what I'm talking about? Does everybody know the situation I'm talking about? Yes, Taco, it is. Yeah. I like... it's just... The internet can be so cruel. Did everybody watch that episode of... Like, this is what I tweeted last night. Did everybody watch that episode of Black Mirror where the bees basically play out how bad people are on the internet, and like actually it's just consequences, like the consequences are visible? I believe we're going to see more and more of that, and I do think people are going to move away from the internet a little bit. I mean, I don't think. Look, I don't think James Somerton did. Good. But I think this is a very sad, potentially sad situation. Look, Kevbo, we watched H Bomber guy's video about it. about the plagiarism that occurs on YouTube. We watched it on this channel. Oh, no, we didn't. I watched it offline. You're so right. I didn't. I watched it offline. It was too long. You're right. I watched it on my TV. I remember now. A lot of streamers didn't watch it because it's 4 hours. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, he's been mentioned all over the place now because he posted a note to his Twitter. Oh, do you want second dinner? Are you still hungry? Couple seconds. Yeah, it's a good summary, Clarky. No, I don't think, it's really interesting talking to creators about different platforms at the moment. Twitch is kind of like the worst. It's the best in some ways. TikTok is fast and cruel. Twitch's audience is kind of mean, especially to women. I don't know if we've ever truly been able to balance the misogyny of this platform, even though a lot of it has gone to platforms like Kick and stuff like that. I think Twitch has always still very much struggled in general, with a pretty clear gender division that is a bit rough for certain demographics. Tiny, because it was a suicide note. That's why. I mean, the psychology of why people get caught up in drama over everything else that happens on these platforms is so interesting. And it is because it's like this human drive to want to be in the know. And so if you're engaging in drama, it feels like you're engaging in something that like you're deeply in the know of. And that feels powerful. And it's a replacement for an experience of like power. Because it makes you feel like you're informed or righteous or peering into people's personal affairs. And as humans, for some reason, we're very addicted to that. I agree, Vox. Yeah. If it turns out, I think either outcome is, I think that James Summerton is absolutely narcissistic. Because I do think that it's complicated to talk about. No, video games do not increase aggressive behavior. They sometimes, I swear to God, like, what does that have to do with anything? It has nothing to do with video games. Hi, Brave. I think people just, I can't even think. I'm too mad. The question is how do you deal with that without involving the wider public? I mean, stuff that happens chronically online never really gets to the wider public anyway. I mean, what the internet does to somebody who they perceive as like a bad guy is pretty like fucked up. Like, even if they are a bad guy. Like, there are people who have stolen like hundreds of thousands of dollars who just go ahead and delete their accounts and nobody talks about them anymore. Like, there are creators whose names I'm sure you've all forgotten who absolutely did really shitty things and they just delete their platforms and they're like, bye. They're on, like, the reality is if you have no conscience, there can be no consequences. You can just delete everything and go again. It's pretty fucked up. Like, look at every single crypto influencer that disappeared off the face of the planet. Like, you wouldn't even recognize them walking down the street, most likely. Oh, wow. You picked out one singular paragraph to explain what. Like, I've literally been teaching you critical thinking for how long? And you're like, here's one fucking, like, lol, Clarky. Yes, tasty. Not tasty, but yes, tasty. But yes, casual cupcake, yes. Fox, I've never felt an emote more in my life. I have never felt an emote more in my life. What are your opinions on International Women's Day coming up on the 8th, and how far away from true gender equality? Asking for a friend. We are so far away from true gender equality. So far. International Women's Day is all great. Can't wait to be celebrated as a woman while nothing really changes. 100 years? Longer. I do not think that, I mean, in certain industries, I do think that there...
So
Mick
Hi,
Secular,
Hex.
thank you so much for
Hi,
subscribing
chat.
to me, a woman, during International Women's Month. A gift. Thank you. I just don't think, like, by the way, please keep in mind these are generalizations and they may or may not apply to you, but I think that a lot of people don't even realize the ways
This is a
in
full-blown
which
house
they
deposit,
participate in
so-
oppressing or perpetrating gender inequality. Glack, thank you for your prime. 3 years. Wild. Thank you so much. International Men's Month is November.
no more gaming, no more porn.
The fuck?
No. We're going to go back and learn how to dance.
Agent, what the fuck? You didn't
I
have
know
to do
today
that.
is
You
not
did
a
that
great day, but I
yesterday.
hope this can help. Hi Peaks, hi chat.
Pseudo, did you just give me 500 bits to say hi? Is it because I'm a woman? Is this gender equality? Sorry. Agent, that's so generous. What the fuck? Thank you so much. Chat, you don't want to listen to me talk about women's issues. You don't. You don't want to hear it. Even sometimes in industry when women are given tokenistic equality, maybe they're paid the same. Maybe, you know, the organization makes a specific effort to employ women. There are so many little ways in which equality doesn't exist. For equality to exist, like, people have to actually respect women. And a lot of the time it just doesn't happen because of media, because of entitlement, because of the sexualization of women. Like, it happens to men as well. But we're so far off true gender equality. We're so far off. There are, in capitalism, certain kinds of women are celebrated. Women that often emulate masculine traits are celebrated sometimes. Like, if you conform to, I guess, what is perceived as good under capitalism, sometimes you're celebrated. There are particular scenarios in which
Hello there,
Hey.
pretty streamer lady.
68
Hope you had a
months and
good
you
week
kicked
so
off a
far.
hype train. Chat, we can't fail a hype train in International Women's Month. This is going to be my manipulation for the next month. You realize now that you've reminded me that it's International Women's Month. I'll be rolling with this now for the next however long. Enjoy. No, I prefer Gilboss. That's what I'm here for. Thanks, Afra. This is a full-blown house Guppy, thank you for your prime. Thank you for the 42
Guilted.
months of being guilted into giving me money on the internet. Thank you for participating in a step towards equality.
For International Women's Month. Not the hype train.
Miggy, that's misogyny. You can't actually do, that's misogyny.
Bye!
Marmusit gifted a tier 1 sub to Gilboss. They have given 161 gift subs in the channel.
Chat, is there a way that
Like, I could not tell you the last time I paid for anything.
The BrettTuber Intellectual Authority.
I'm still mad at you. Chat. I fucking hate you guys so much. I'm a conservative now. I hate everyone. It's true. I really do. I don't like you. I don't like anyone. I barely like myself. At least that's equality. That's right. I'm an equal opportunity hater. I hate you as much as I hate myself right now. Name 5 women. That's right. Every man in my chat has to name 5 women.
Name 5 women go.
I hate my life so much. Chat, how has it gotten to the point where I'm this mentally ill? Because I believe that you're all responsible, and you should probably fix it. I don't know how. I have no advice. Name 5 women, because otherwise you're a misogynist. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
From Gaston's own perspective, he views himself as a confident village hero, genuinely convinced that pursuing Belle and eliminating the beast is a heroic act to protect the community. However, his motivation for these darker actions may stem from a peculiar and unmet desire. He hasn't gotten stroganoff in bed. Gaston firmly believes that a hearty serving of stroganoff in bed would make him the perfect partner for Belle, and his frustration at this culinary deficiency drives him.
Mamu said that's the worst list I've ever seen. It's the worst list I've ever seen. Name 5 women. It's Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Hillary Clinton, Joe, and Pixel. That's so bad. And I'm not even acknowledging Death Grip Coochie at this point. My mum, my sister, my gran, my aunt, can't think of any others. I don't even have a sister. Chat, what's one thing that you've done to be kind to a woman this month?
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's
Other
a
than
cult
give
when they
5
first come in,
subs to
you'll
me
scare
on the
off.
internet.
It's
That doesn't count, Quilly. You can't use that.
Keep it casual.
What's one nice you can Agent, you cannot do women writers from history. Queen Elizabeth I? Oh my god, chat. My friend from work. My friend from work. That was for the hype train, definitely not for Women's Month. Why? Because you're a misogynist? This is a full-blown I hate you all.
For the hype, and free will.
Rookie, thank you for the 30 months. So hype. Do you know what's even more hype than hype train? Being a woman. Treated them normally? What is treating a woman normally? Honestly, I don't think treating a woman normally is good enough. How is that reparations? Huh? 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 You should be going above and beyond. Normally, it's just not good enough. The fuck? The nice thing I did for a woman this month was read fanfic. It's made me a better man. That's so true. Oh my god, that's how I should fix you all. Oh my god, we should do forced reading of fan fiction. That way you can see inside the mind of a woman and then you can be like, no, because how do I trust any of you not to weaponize that? Do we trust men? I don't know. Can we do My Immortal? Sure, at some point. I can. That would be terrifying, seeing inside the mind of a woman. You're not brave enough then, are you? Rachel, Phoebe, Monica, Janice, and Emma. Emma's Ross's daughter? No. Is Emma the one Ross marries? Or is it the... No, Rachel's daughter. Emma. Yeah. I don't trust men except myself, but even then I'm never sure. I should listen to my own opinions. I think we generalize too much. And look, I do it too. I do it too because there's really no other way to be able to describe it, right? Oh God, we're almost at the sub goal. That's terrifying. I think there can be trust between particular men and particular women. But you know who I think said it best? The lady from Mary Poppins. Though we adore men individually, we agree that as a group they're rather stupid. That bit. Did you like that? I feel like I did a really good job imitating it. Wow, such hate speech. I'm grumpy today. I'm a hater. I am going to do hate speech today. It's International Women's Month. I'm allowed. I had a bad nap, chat. I had a bad nap. Are you allowed to say the C word? I'm allowed to do whatever I want. That's equality. I can do anything. Chat, thank you for the success of the hype train. I am now a level 2 supported woman on the road to equality. So exciting. I feel most of the world's problems are caused by bad naps. I couldn't help myself. My eyes would not stay open. Don't blame it on your nap. Well, what else am I going to blame it on? Men? You? I'll blame you. It's actually your fault. The mods. No, mods are an easy out. I'm really grateful for my mods. I really am. one's an emotional support dinosaur and the other one's reading fan fiction in order to see and understand women. My mods are good. Oh, Haifa. You can blame me. Good, I will blame you. As long as it's not 50 Shades of Grey fanfic, that's disgusting. Do you know the saddest thing? All right, here we go. Here's discourse. Do you want to know the saddest thing about 50 Shades of Grey fanfic? Women are attracted to safety, right? Financial safety. And for so long, women have been presented with some form of possession as safety. Like, literally, it near mirrors abuse. And for a lot of women, that was appealing because it feels safe. Like, when a man chooses you to protect you, then for some reason that makes you feel, no, it's not even being kept. It's that you will be protected from other men. And there's something safe about that. But the fucked up thing is, and this is it, especially with like 50 Shades of Grey, they just assume that men's nature is inherently violent. And so you end up sexualizing it and justifying like the inherent violence. Now, I'm not kink shaming, but like the kink that is in 50 Shades of Grey isn't even like, like it's bad. Like it is bad. So bad. And it makes me, it annoys me that is a representation that anybody ever read. Like, I read them. I had them on my bookshelf as a fucking teenager. Fucked up shit, man. No, the power imbalance that exists in 50 Shades of Grey is an abusive, it's abusive. To crib a note from Contra, part of the appeal of the predatory partner fantasy is also the deniability of it. If he's predatory and I succumb, he's bad and I'm not a slut. Oh, ask any Japanese woman about that. That's basically the crux of Japanese sexuality. So a lot of women in Japan have to pretend to not enjoy sex, because if you're not enjoying it, then you're not a slut. And it's so deeply internalized that, like, oh man, we're just all so fucked up. Like it's really fucked up. The hole in the sheet. No, it doesn't follow consent at all. Look, I'm not saying, chat, like, obviously there is a place for, like, power dynamics and consensual whatever, right? Absolutely not shaming whatsoever. But depictions of that are problematic and abusive are, I think, just bad for society in general. Like, I know that the smut that I am about to read is going to be probably problematic in my mind. But I'm very interested to read it because it's so popular at the moment. And, oh no, this topic is ContraPoint's new video. Fuck. I hate all of you. See, now I just hate you all. Why are you so annoying, chat? You're so annoying. No, enjoy training, agent. You did improve my mood somewhat, but everybody's pissed me off again. So, I don't. You're all so annoying. I just don't want to have to acknowledge that Twilight is a thing. I don't want to. I don't want to have to look at that stupid apple. I don't want to look at a cringe vampire. I'm such a child. Hey, trash. How annoying is it when everybody pretends to be a grown-up and then you have to pretend to be a grown-up too? I don't want to do it anymore. I may just run away with the fairies instead. I mean, everyone's pretending. And like, I get it. I get that it's important. And like, I have intelligent thoughts. But at the same time, it's like, you ever think it's fucked up that your parents were also pretending? Yes, but look, also society functions on like pretending. Neverland Arc begins. I can't be an aging woman on the internet and play Neverland. Only men get to do that. And it's International Women's Month. That's not an option available to me. We're all just children in adult mech suits. Yeah, with adult mech problems. Yes, well, you're lucky that I am gifting you the gift of cringe in my post-nap madness. What caused your mental unraveling this time? 1, a bad nap. 2, a video of this fucking woman on TikTok. It was so annoying. It was so annoying. It just made me so annoyed and angry at the world. She was selling an ebook and a course for $400 for digital marketing. Yeah, digital marketing. And she was responding to a comment that was like, I make content on my lunch break. And she's like, everyone should do that. Are you working a 9 to 5? Well, guess what you can do on your lunch break, peasant? You can make content so that you can hopefully stop working the dreaded 9 to 5. And I sat there for a good 10 minutes and I was like, I fucking hate it here. Like, I work 24 hours a day because I work for myself, and it's the worst thing ever. Like, a 9 to 5 where you're like, that is it, is kind of good. Like, some days I wake up in the morning and I am craving a 9 to 5 because at least then you're not like thinking about shit at 11 o'clock at night. I mean, you probably still are. I just hate that you're supposed to have a 9 to 5 and a side hustle, and every single waking hour of your life you are supposed to be thinking about work. You are supposed to be a good little capitalist fucking cog. Oh, and if you're not getting paid fairly, somebody is probably stealing wages from you, and you're supposed to be making more money, and you're supposed to be fighting for your freedom by giving up your fucking lunchtime. Anyway, that's what made me really angry, and I haven't been able to get over it, and so I've been taking it out on chat. Which again is probably not like super healthy, but I am who I am, and I be who I be, and I'm very sorry. So yeah, I don't want to climb a ladder. I wish we could be. Do you know what's really frustrating to me? That as a woman you don't get to be multiple things. you don't like the air of professionalism that is required in certain contexts is you don't get to be everything. Women, like this is my rant for International Women's Month. Like there is the whole Madonna whore complex in which you sometimes only see women as mothers or you only see women as sex objects. But the reality is as human beings, we are all things all the time. And yes, we fulfill certain roles at certain points, but you're not allowed to be perceived by people as more than one person or more than one role. Also, ContraPoint's video topic. You're really going to make me do this, aren't you, chat? You really want my take on this video so bad. You're going to make me do this, aren't you? I'll take a wife that I get along with at this point. Well, Vay, can I suggest not typing paragraphs from fucking articles? She'll. No, I'm not murdering Contra. I like Contra. I like Contra's problematic nature. I like Contra more than I like any of you. I'm so aggressive towards you today. I'm so sorry. But you're all annoying. She covered so much I've been contemplating. What did I do? I just got here. You existed. You woke up this morning. You're a human being on this planet. That's right. It's true. Chat, I'm sorry. Yep. Especially if you're a man during International Women's Month. Oh, it's not good for you right now. I'm so sorry.
The
Sriracha.
Sriracha Ace gifted a tier 1 sub to annoying _
There's
chatter.
not just one, there's
they
multiple.
They have given
It's all
17
of you.
gift subs in the channel.
It's all of you. You're a collective. No, you can't just find one video. Okay. Vay, the most annoying thing is, right, we're just having a conversation. We're having a conversation and then out of nowhere, you're like, video games cause violence, which isn't directly related to the conversation. And video games do not directly cause violence. That article, that journal article, I'm sure is very robust. It's from the APA. I'm sure it's peer reviewed and it's great, but
Tiny
it's one article
Pusilus gifted a tier
and you
1
literally
sub to
just
Broadside.
copy pasted.
They have given 1,031 gift subs in the channel.
Why are we gifting Broadside? What did Broadside? Did you say something funny? What did you do? You did something. Did you do something? What did I do? I just got here. Oh. I don't know. I just got here. Yeah, well, you're still in trouble. Because I view chat as a collective. If one of you fucks up, you all fuck up. And you're all in trouble.
Tiny _Pusilus gifted a tier 1 sub to trash _tier _support.
This is why
they
I
have given
don't chat.
1,032 gift subs in the channel.
What, you don't want me to be mad at you? You just want to hide? You just want to hide? That's so unbrave of you. Where's the masculinity? How am I supposed to be in my divine feminine if you're not out here being brave, chat? I'm so sorry. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. I can't. Sometimes I realize my stream persona has gone so far into like sarcastic bullshit that you can't even tell where it ends and starts. But you're so intimidating. It's YOU''re. Yeah, that's right. That's how intimidating I am. I'll correct your fucking spelling. Take that. Do better. Honestly, not good enough. Pull it together. I was going to cover the news tonight, chat. I really was. I came here with the intent to cover the news, but now I'm going to watch the stupid Contra video because I'm mad at you all. And now I'm just going to sit here being more mad because I'm going to have to watch fucking Twilight. I'm not pretty enough to do a react video today. I couldn't be bothered getting ready. I didn't put eyelashes on. Hello, Endera. I didn't put eyelashes on. And you guys now want me to react to a video. And if I react to the video looking like this and I want to clip it out, I look like this. And then it's on the internet forever. And that's embarrassing. Men should talk more during sex. It's hot and they would be less anxious. I mean, maybe some men should talk during sex. I feel like some men might get it really wrong. I don't think that's cross the board advice. I really don't. I mean, everybody should be available to communication, but I'm not sure. Chat, I hate you. You're, oh my God, you're the reason. You're the reason I've ended up so insane. I was a normal person before I did this for a living. I was a normal person and now I can't be saved. Don't doubt me. All right. Here's the deal, because I'm mad at you, but I'm also a filthy capitalist. Here's the deal. I will watch the Contra video and suffer. Oh God, we hit the goal. I'll do a dance. And then I will watch the Contra video. And for every funny thing I say, someone has to gift a sub. That's right. If I say something, I might not say anything funny at all because I'm in a terrible mood. But if I do, Brie, shush, it's International Women's Month. Be supportive. Be support. That's me. No more subs. Shame. Define funny. Lol. Is she gatekeeping content behind subs? No, I'll be funny for free. I just need to be rewarded for it. I'm feeling insecure.
Boy!
The Sriracha Ace gifted a tier 1 sub to Normal Human Woman. They have given 18 gift subs in the channel.
Brie, you can't give me a sub.
Boy!
Brie J gifted a tier 1 sub to Pre-Zura.
Well, I mean, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I can do what I want. You can, true. It's true, we're fighting for equality. You have free reign to do whatever you want.
Boy!
Trash_tier_support gifted a tier 1 sub
Chad,
to
I didn't even
Insecure
start with the
_
funny
pickle.
things yet.
They have given 9 gift subs in the channel.
I haven't even started being funny. I bought the gifts. These are gifts for chat being funny. You're not funny. You're all stupid and annoying. Like, I'm so annoyed at you. I'm so annoyed at you for making me start watching a 3-hour YouTube video that I am going to be annoyed now, probably for the rest of the week. And I have a wedding to go to. Imagine someone totally new to streaming walks in. So she gets to dance and watch a YouTube video and people are giving subs. Why do they keep making her more mad? Have you seen it? No. You're like an abusive stepmother. No, I'm not. Oh my god. I realize there's quite a lot of lore to understand what's going on right now, but
Fun fact, did you know that International Women's Month, March, was named by the Romans in honor of the god of war? Was just thinking about that.
you're not allowed to think about the Roman Empire during International Women's Month. Oh my god. Men are so broken. You're not allowed to think about the Roman. You're not allowed to do that. No. You can't. You're supposed to be thinking about women's issues, not the Roman Empire. I don't think I can be bothered putting on eyelashes. It's too hard. The Roman Empire isn't a women's issue. My Roman Empire is Shaq. So just an island of Lesbos. The Romans had Rowomans. I can't be bothered putting eyelashes on. I'm just not going to post this as a YouTube video, even though I intend to be very funny. I feel like the Romans are important to all of us. Chat, I know I'm insane today, but I don't know why you're reflecting my energy. What's going on with the planets? I think before I do my little dance, I might check my horoscope just to see. Sorry, that's a very unflattering brightness. Can you believe you just gave that money? Because I certainly can't. Idiots. All of you. So annoying. Should be all fired. Today you're not sure if you should be the first to reach out and people don't respect your boundaries. That's so true. None of you are respecting my boundaries right now. Your belief that you need a keeper is causing you to suck out the suffering of the people you love until you're full of their pain. What? I haven't sucked anything out of anyone. What? This is so insane. I can't believe it says that. What? Take hold of yourself. Let somebody pay attention to your comfort levels. Are you paying attention to my comfort levels? This is a stupid app. Maybe the planets don't know what's going on. In great news, Josie said my shoes that I got for the wedding are very good. So that's good. I did good. Which is very good because I couldn't return them. It's a full-blown house deposit, so...
23 months of paying attention to your comfort levels.
Thank you so much for the 23 months. What dance am I dancing to? I cannot wait to see pictures. What was the first dance song? It was called Houdini. And dubstep. Oh yeah, we could do Spirit of Life. All right. Man, if this doesn't make you guys tolerable, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't think this dance can get me out of my post-nap bad mood, but I will try. Thanks for hitting the sub goal. I still hate you. Today. I might like you tomorrow. It's unlikely. I'm just not sure. This is the tolerant left. No. No, I'm a conservative now. I'm grifting. I'm done. Why is there dancing? Because it's International Women's Month and women are for dancing, obviously. I don't know how to dance anymore. I do like this song though, this is a banger. We should we should revive community tribal dancing. That's right. You have to dance too. You should stand up and pretend like it's not awkward. Song, isn't it? And now the bird. I'm still mad at you, chat. You're really annoying. And I don't think I'm gonna forgive you for ages. And I don't know why, you probably don't deserve it, but oh well. No, you actually do deserve it. Like, you were actually fully annoying. So don't quote Taylor Swift at me. You cannot weaponize Taylor Swift against me. You cannot do that. serenity to deal with chat. They're so annoying, and now I have to look at a fucking vampire. You can dance like me. You just have to not worry about being cringe anymore. And hope that people will take you seriously. They won't. But Try, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I'm still mad at the entirety of chat. I honestly do not think that you can pay to be I can't be fixed. I might be mad at you forever. I have a headache. And it's your fault. Why are you mad? I just am. You're all annoying. Everybody annoyed me. My sister is calling me. Hold. Chat, my dad's in hospital. That's all. It seems fine. Nothing I can do, just waiting on results. I think it's just stomach pain at this point. Pixel! Just stomach pain at this point. I suppose the contra video will be the required distraction. Hello, Lucid. Where am I? I can't. There's nothing I can do, chat. Miles away. I will just stay updated. honestly, there's a chance Dad even watches the stream. Pixel! Um... No, my other sister is there. My other sister is there. I did speak to my dad before and I did tell him if it got any worse to go to the hospital. So I am glad that he went. Because honestly, even though it's International Women's Month, men are not very good at going to the hospital or getting help when they need it. So I'm glad that my dad is good and went to the hospital. But yeah, he's getting like CT scans and tests and stuff. So yeah, it's just pain. So I didn't need to be called out. I'll go to the doctor when I collapse. Thank you very much. 100% confirm. No. Yeah, and he is in good hands. It's slightly pinging a little bit of my trauma, as you all know. But that's okay. We will watch the Contra video. And yeah, we just chill. Wait, you go to the doctors? Sometimes I do. Actually, I definitely do. I have a broken finger. Yeah, I'll swap to the other scene. I just didn't want to. Hard when you're priced out of GPs in Oz these days. My GP is bulk billing. I've been to the GP like once a week for the last month and I haven't paid a cent. That thing you did doesn't want to work anymore? Oh, rip. I call bullshit. No one bulk bills anymore. My doctor does. Maybe it's because I went in and I asked for a mental health care plan. Don't know. Don't know. Oh, wait, Pixel, do you need to do wheeze? Hold on. I'll be back. You need to do wheeze? Go do wheeze. The dentist is so expensive. I can't believe it's not covered. I have a headache. I need Panadol. I would like to thank my past self for being organized enough to know exactly where this was. Night, Tiny. I don't think I can stay up long enough for it. I'll try not to get rid of it for you, even though I'm very angry at how I look today, because I really look a bit disheveled. But it's okay to be human, and it's okay to be disheveled, and it's okay to not be a 100% pretty all the time. I don't owe, even though I am I'm fine. So fine. I'm so fine. Apparently both of my sister's kids were mean to them today. Your nails match the Joy-Cons on my Switch. That's why I got them done. Obviously. So that, do you know what? What I'm doing is I'm manipulating my chat into thinking that I am as valuable as a Nintendo Switch. I'm marketing towards the gamer audience. Do you feel scammed? So $5 at minimum. Like, a Switch is worth so much. Like me, a woman. Sorry. What was I gonna say? I'm not gonna make it through the Contra video today. I am watching the Contra video for an hour. I might try and make it through 2 hours of it tomorrow. Okay? That is the plan. And then I'm gone to the wedding. You get an hour of it today. I'm not finishing it today. It's 3 hours long. I simply refuse. My attention span can't make it. Is it a Friday wedding? No. But I'm a bridesmaid. So I have to be there on the Friday, obviously. Because I am a supporting character in the movie. I'm not Timothée Chalamet. I'm not Zendaya. But I am Florence Pugh. Okay? I am the Florence Pugh of this wedding. I haven't seen the movie, so I have no idea what any of that means. But in my head, that's a really good analogy. So. Yep. I don't even want to hear the word Twilight. Ugh. Chat, I'm so mad at you. No, that's Anya Taylor-Joy.
So, I've been reading the Twilight.
Oh, God. See, I'm going to have to listen to the word Twilight. I have a headache. Oh, I haven't drunk any water today. I didn't have any water today. No wonder I'm angry at you all. Of course I'm angry at you all. Even me, I'm angry at all of you. Because I forgot to drink water. Alright. The first part of this video I'm going to be ugly, but then tomorrow I'm going to have a glow up. None of you are ready. I shall. Tasty, but I'm pretty sure I'll be able to handle it.
Twilight Saga, a series of vampire romance novels by someone called Stephanie Meyer. And I have, just a couple thoughts. I know a lot has been said about Twilight, but this is a complex work. There's depths to Twilight that we as a society haven't even begun to explore. So let's get into it. Most of you know what Twilight is, but I should explain the basics for new people. Stephanie Meyer
I don't want the basics. I already know them all.
was, by all accounts, a bored Mormon housewife when, on June 2nd, 2003, around 4 in the morning, she awoke from a vivid dream about a girl and a boy in a meadow having this conversation about how they were in love and the difficulties in that because he wanted to kill her. He was a vampire.
A boy and a girl in a meadow having this conversation about how they were in love and the difficulties in that because he wanted to kill her. He was a vampire.
That dream became the first of 4 novels. Twilight
So just the relationship between men and women in general then. Yes, she's a Mormon.
New Moon, Eclipse, and Breaking Dawn, which were made into 5 films. In 2015, Stephanie published Life
5 films that I went and saw in a marathon overnight. That's right, I committed to watching all 5 films in a row. And it was great. But I never have to do it again. I never have to watch these movies ever again. I never wanted to talk about them ever again either. But here we are.
and Death, a gender-swapped reimagining of the first novel. Yes, she transgendered Twilight. Twilight has gone woke. And in 2020, she published Midnight Sun, which is just the first novel again, but from Dracula's perspective. Twilight has been on trend again recently. I mean, I'm talking about it, so... Honestly, it was more on trend when I started this video, but the script took me 18 months.
Twilight took me 3 months to write.
So, in the 2000s, these books about a teenage girl being seduced by various creatures of the night spent 235 weeks on the bestseller list for children, and as you can imagine, there was discourse.
Vampires need love too. That is world news for this Sunday. I'm John Berman. For all of us at ABC News, thanks for watching. Good night.
Twilight's one of those pop culture phenomena from the 2000s that was intensely loved and then intensely hated, and then 10 years later it got reevaluated and everyone's like, do we really need to hate this thing so much?
It just became a cult classic. We just laugh at it now because it's so funny.
You know, like...
Why was Twilight popular? Because women want to be desired by violent men? I'm joking. I don't think so. I actually think it's more about women wanting to be intensely desired for being normal by multiple men. And that's why I became a streamer. It's a joke, chat.
Gay people, or 9/11. Some critics have suggested that Twilight was hated so much because of misogyny. And that's definitely true. You know, people love to hate whatever teenage girls are into. I remember when Twilight came out, boys really hated that Stephanie Meyer had feminized.
Wet wipes, I'm so glad that that was your first introduction to my incredible personality. Feel free to subscribe because it only gets better from here. And I'm definitely not scamming you into enjoying my incredible content. I absolutely am. Not. It's International Women's Month. If you don't subscribe, you're a misogynist. Sorry.
Vampire lore by making Edward sparkle, you know, because Count Dracula was always a
And that was the beginning of femboys, sparkly men.
Oh, butch.
Perhaps you should grow a beard.
And yet, the truly devoted Twilight haters have always been women. Twilight is a romance novel, and as long as romance novels have existed, women have always been the majority of readers, but also the harshest critics. Hating on romance novels is as much a part of feminine culture as reading them. In 1856, yes, video essays are pretentious. Yes, it's very funny. Let's all laugh. In 1856, Mary Ann Evans, known by her masculine pen name George Eliot, and often considered one of the greatest novelists of all time, wrote an essay called Silly Novel.
Chat, is Pixel Smixel my masculine pen name? Does Pixel Smixel like scream masculine respect of the wider internet to you, or is it not giving? Title update? I can't be bothered. I don't want to. I'm just a girl, and it's International Women's Month. I don't want to do anything.
Novels by lady novelists, in which she complained that lady novelists write unrealistic, wish-fulfillment fantasy schlock with absurd Mary Sue self-insert protagonists who every man falls in love with. You know, all the same complaints that people make today about romance fiction. It is clear that they write in elegant boudoirs with violet-colored ink and a ruby pen, that they must be entirely indifferent to publishers' accounts and inexperienced in every form of poverty except poverty of brains.
I do get Kiki and Booba. Do I give Kiki or do I give Booba? See, I feel like I give Kiki, but I feel like you're all gonna say that I give Booba. Clarky, shut up. If you don't get it, chat, you don't have to respond. There are two shapes, chat. Oh, for fuck's sake. Honestly, the amount of education I do on this platform. Chat, when you look at me, which shape do I give more? Which shape am I giving? Everything can be everything can be described by one of these shapes. I feel like by my nose alone, I give Kiki. Because I have a very sharp, pointy nose.
There is a level of internalized misogyny in this, the not like other girls urge to identify with men and share in men's contempt for women. That is misogyny. But to simply dismiss hatred of Twilight as misogynistic is too simple, because the criticism is usually not just that Twilight is feminine and frivolous, that it's written with violet-colored ink and a ruby pen, but also that vampire romance intertwines love and violence.
Here was this guy and he was in love with her, but he wanted to kill her.
And that Twilight is therefore somehow...
Let me just talk about pre-watching this, because actually what women love about falling in love in romance novels with violent men is the restraint that violent men show. It's the self-control. It's hot. I don't know what that says about us mentally. He didn't kill you. So sexy. Yeah, it's the hand flex. It's the hand flex. It's the restraint. It's the male restraint. He kills the others, not me. It's so pick me. A man fuming in unmoving silence. Oh, porn.
How dangerous. Is this true? Is Twilight dangerous? Well, Edward Cullen is the world's most dangerous predator.
I'm the world's most dangerous predator.
He's a killer.
I'm a killer.
He's killed people before.
I've killed people before.
He wanted to kill you.
I wanted to kill you.
He still don't know if I can control.
Stop! Oh God, this is gonna bring me joy. It is gonna bring me joy, and I hate all of you for it. I do. This is gonna bring me joy, and I hate you. I hate all of you. I really do, because man. Chat, the movies have been out long enough. There are no spoilers. Shush.
Himself.
I still don't know if I can control myself.
He's designed to kill.
I'm designed to kill.
I don't care.
Baby Robert Pattinson in his little pea coat saying, "I am designed to kill," is my favorite thing ever. How can you not love this? This is the skin of a killer, Bella.
Okay. So for real, we had a great time watching this, and the whole audience laughed when this happens. It's like when you're watching this in a group setting, you go to the movies at Cinema Nova, right? It's in Carlton, in Melbourne. You should go. They run these things, right? They play all 5 movies in this overnight movie marathon. And you sit there and it's great because the whole audience is like clapping, cheering and laughing and wooing for the hot, sexy dad who, as rewatching these films as an adult, you realize the dad is the sexiest person in the entire movie. And you're like, this is great. I would highly recommend all of you do it, actually.
The skin of a killer, Bella.
Now, am I saying the Twilight books are the greatest work of art ever produced? Yes.
Okay, I dream of being ContraPoints. Okay, chat, this is what we're doing. I'm not going to be an every night streamer anymore. I'm going to start a Patreon and I'm going to make 1 good video a year. And you can trust me, they will be this good. They probably won't be. But I do just kind of want to release 1 video a year. Can we make that happen? I think I'd just like to replicate this. And then I feel like I could occasionally take a nap. If you learn to edit, I guess I could learn to edit in a year. Probably.
Part 1. Fiction. It has been said that Edward Cullen is an abuser. But that's an understatement. He's not just an abuser, he's a serial killer.
I've killed people before.
Many people are disturbed that Twilight is a romance, and yet the hero is dangerous and obsessive and capable of violence.
What if I'm not the hero? What if I'm the bad guy?
In other words, they're disturbed that it's the average romance novel.
I don't have the strength to stay away from you anymore.
And no, not every romance novel has a bad boy hero, but it's one of the most common tropes.
Vampires need love too.
Critics point to things like the age gap.
I'm 109.
Maybe I shouldn't be dating such an old man. It's gross.
And the stalking.
So you followed me.
I like watching you sleep.
And the gaslighting.
You hit your head. I think you're confused.
I know what I saw.
It's the fluorescence.
And when Twilight was at the peak of popularity, there were all these articles hand-wringing about the potential of all this to corrupt the youth. Twilight is not feminist, said The Guardian. It's female masochism. 50 Shades for teenage girls except with vampires.
Also, chat, it doesn't matter if media is feminist or not anymore. It's all fucked. Literally, I thought about this because at one point I was like, I'm not going to consume any problematic media. Stop it. It doesn't matter. Consume all the problematic media you want. Just like use an inch of critical thought. All right? That's all. Okay? But then if you find yourself wanting some sort of enemies to lovers story in which there is a significant amount of like desire and male restraint, can I direct you to the Hermione fanfic section of the internet? Okay, bye.
All these articles cited the same LiveJournal posts that went down a checklist from the National Domestic Violence Hotline to prove that Edward Cullen is an abuser. There's always some version of this discourse going on. Women are reading the wrong books. The books that women read are dangerous. In the 2000s, it was Twilight, and in the 2010s, it was the Twilight fanfiction 50 Shades of Grey. At the time I'm making this video, it's a novelist called Colleen Hoover, who's sold 6 trillion books about dangerous alpha males named Ryle. I promise that in whatever year you're watching this video, there's currently some lady novelist who's caused an outrage writing stories about a dangerous, wealthy, controlling alpha male. He doesn't do romance.
I don't do romance.
But the female protagonist awakens his capacity for love at the same time as he awakens her desire for sex. Now, I don't want to dismiss the feelings of people who find this kind of romance disturbing. I think it's healthy and normal to be uncomfortable whenever sexuality and violence are intertwined. So I'm not exactly disagreeing with these critics of Twilight and of dark romance in general. I'm yes-anding them. Yes, Edward Cullen is creepy. He's a vampire. If Edward Cullen were real, I would log onto Twitter and I would cancel that vampire. I'd call the police and I would say, hello, 911. I'd like to report a coven of vampires outside Forks, Washington. Yes, they've smashed many salads. Yes, Edward is problematic. Yes, and Edward is not real, right? He can't hurt you. It's gonna be okay. Edward Cullen is a fictional character in a woman's fantasy, and I do feel that that is relevant to how we analyze his behavior. The main line of argument against Twilight is that this type of story normalizes and romanticizes abusive relationship dynamics. It's a monkey see, monkey do theory of media analysis, this moralistic cinema sins thing everyone is doing now. Age gaps, ding. Stalking, ding. Infanticide, a ding. This idea that if people read Reylo fanfiction, this will somehow normalize relationships with Sith Lords. Are tweens going to jump off a cliff because Bella does? I see the obsessive moral policing of the romance genre.
I'm not going to lie, as I have been on the left longer and longer and longer, the moral policing on the internet over seemingly arbitrary things does make me want to stick a fork in my eye. Yes, it is ContraPoints. It really does. Hello, Afflictamine. It really is. Because it feels, I understand our want. Like, I beg everybody to use an ounce of critical thought, but at the same time, it just feels like we do it over everything. I'm assuming we get to that at some point, Daniel.
As a continuation of literally centuries of concern that women are reading the wrong kinds of books. When I was young, in the 18th century, ladies were advised to read what we called conduct books, such as Thomas Gisburn's An Inquiry into the Duties of the Female Sex, which instructed the reader in proper feminine virtues.
Great.
Doesn't that sound exciting? To indulge in a practice of reading novels is liable to produce mischievous effects. A certain kind of person has always considered romance novels sort of decadent and salacious. Some of this
like the idea that reading a romance novel was like akin to like porn back in the day, that's so funny. A woman reading? Burn her.
Comes down to a question about the purpose of art. Is art supposed to be A, moral education that instructs the reader in proper virtuous conduct, or B, a mirror of reality that reflects life as it really is, or C, escapist fantasy that's primarily entertainment? Throughout the history of the novel, the genre has often been dismissed as escapist fantasy, literary opium, an addictive, corrupting influence. The first best-selling English novel ever was a romance published in 1740 by Samuel Richardson called Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded. Pamela tells the story of a virtuous 15-year-old...
I know, I think, like, you know, if you write from the perspective of an evil, murderous woman, right? People assume that you are an evil, murderous woman. There's no... Yeah, it's like how the music of Lana Del Rey, everybody assumes that is Lana Del Rey. Like, Lana Del Rey is problematic, but she's not problematic in the way that her music is problematic. Yeah, exactly, Blue.
Year-old girl named Pamela Andrews, who's employed as a maidservant by the wealthy pervert Mr. B, who repeatedly attempts to seduce her, kidnap her, sneak into her room at night, and the whole time Pamela is like, "Nay, I shan't acquiesce to this licentious rake, for my innocence and virtue are more dear to me than my life, and if the cost be my felicity, so be it, for I shan't subject my poor mother and father to the ignominy of—" In the end, Mr.
That's how I respond whenever a man even slightly looks in my direction. True.
B is so impressed with Pamela's virtue that he reforms his rakish ways and marries her, which is supposed to be the reward, I guess, for Pamela's chaste behavior. It's a Cinderella rags to riches fantasy, with a Prince Charming who's not so charming. Pamela is kind of like an 18th century 50 Shades of Grey. Mr. B will see you now. You could also make an argument that Pamela was the novel with the first modern fandom. There was Pamela fanfiction, Pamela merch, there was discourse between—
But like the idea that historically you had to wear a man down so he would make the ultimate sacrifice to marry you and therefore you could fuck without getting in trouble is just, it's so interesting to think about. Like that was the fantasy. Hooray! Horrendous.
Pamelists and anti-Pamelists about the sincerity of Pamela's virtue. Anti-Pamelists wrote parody novels like Eliza Haywood's Anti-Pamela or Feigned Innocence Detected. Wow, what a savage burn. And Henry Fielding's Shamala, both of which reframe Pamela as a gold-digging social climber. This must have been an affront to Samuel Richardson, who makes his position clear on the cover page, claiming that he published Pamela, quote, "in order to cultivate the principles of virtue and religion in the minds of the youth of both sexes." So in 1740, there was already this tension between two purposes of art. Is art supposed to inflame the mind? Or is it supposed to cultivate the principles of virtue and religion in the minds of the youth? Personally, I prefer to be inflamed. I want to feel good. I don't want to be good. And Stephanie Meyer apparently agrees.
I never stop and think, you know, oh, this is a role model for people.
She's so
it's
bad.
fiction.
It is fiction. Whatever we think of its morality, Pamela became the template for romance novels where a young, inexperienced, impoverished girl becomes the object of fascination for an older, richer man with a dangerous edge.
That's right. Even though I'm poor internet scum, I'm just hoping that one day I will become the object of affection for some billionaire dude who stumbles across me on the internet, and then I get whisked away and live happily ever after. Hooray. That's the fantasy, everyone. It's a good one. 10 out of 10. Would recommend.
In the 19th century, Pride and Prejudice and Jane Eyre both fit this description, though Pride and Prejudice is obviously much more agreeable to 21st century morality than Pamela. Fitzwilliam Darcy is not Elizabeth Bennet's sexually abusive boss. He's not even a vampire. You should have thought of that, Jane Austen. What are you doing? In the 20th century, the term romance novel became associated with mass-market paperback romances, derogatorily known as—
Do you know how many times I've been funny and not one gifted sub? I'm feeling very unappreciated in this International Women's Month. I'm joking. I really don't care. But I can't believe you haven't fulfilled my request. Ridiculous behavior. I'm joking. Would it be worth being whisked by Elon if you had to laugh at his tweets? Oh, I don't like that thought. I don't. But Queen of Twitter does have a good ring to it.
Bodice rippers, like Joanna Lindsay's Gentle Rogue with the classic Fabio clinch on the cover. They don't do covers like this anymore. Here
Alajoni gifted a tier 1 sub to Twilight Lover. They have given 31 gift subs in the channel.
I'm very grateful. If that is a real account, lol.
Here's the new edition of Gentle Rogue with the most boring cover imaginable. Red Vern. Red Vern to the clinch covers. We used to be a country. A proper country. The Gen Z equivalent of bodice rippers is like Wattpad, BTS, werewolf fic. How many Mafia twinks can there be? The specific—
Wait! Okay, chat, I have to tell you something. I have been getting ads on my TikTok for werewolf fic. And I skip over them every time, but now I'm going to have to go back and actually find one. Because now that I think about it, the ad says something. It's like, you're a werewolf alpha, something along the lines. Now I'm going to have to go back and read it now because my TikTok thinks I would like werewolf alpha fic. No.
Feminist criticism of romance novels goes back at least to Germaine Greer, who included a long rant about them in her 1970 manifesto, The Female Eunuch, in which she condemns romance readers as women cherishing the chains of their own bondage.
We're all allowed cope, queen. Overanalyzing cope is just a disaster every time.
The point I'm trying to make is there's a historical continuity from Pamela to Twilight. Stephenie Meyer's contribution is that she took the classic romance formula, combined it with the lurid sexiness of Dracula, and then Mormonized it to the point it became appealing to 21st century teenagers and moms. Another continuity from Pamela to Twilight is the persistent anxiety of critics that the romance novel is somehow corrupting the youth or enslaving women, or both. Erin Meanley worries about Twilight, quote, "Some girls might expect their love life to look just like Bella's. Now that's what I call scary." Neha Gandhi says, "Bella is essentially a romanticized version of all our worst, weakest impulses put up on a pedestal, and that makes her..."
Yes, well, maybe some of us would like to be loved for being absolute pieces of shit, okay? It's very hard to get to the point where in your head you're like, you know what, I am the perfect person deserving of love. In the end, I think most people just want to be just a little bit weak sometimes and loved anyway. Right? Obviously not to the point where you're an actual piece of shit, but you know what I mean. The idea that Bella is a normal, boring person that is flawed and still deeply desired anyway is the fucking point.
Her dangerous. With a lot of criticism of Twilight, you get the impression that the critic both senses the attraction to Twilight and is uncomfortable with that attraction. And the anxious hand-wringing is a manifestation of that ambivalence. Even
The book I'm reading right now, I am only 14 chapters in, but it is like one of the most popular series at the moment. And I am reading it. I haven't read it from a perspective where I've like enjoyed whatever it's building yet. We'll see. I cannot wait to see what happens because I'm very interested to see what the like feminine psyche is experiencing at the moment because I don't think mine's particularly normal. I'm not like the other girls. I'm joking. I am, but never mind.
Germaine Greer admits, quote, "I cannot claim to be fully emancipated from the dream that some enormous man, say 6'6", heavily shouldered and so forth to match, will crush me to his tweeds, look down into my eyes, and leave the taste of heaven or the scorch of his passion on my waiting lips. Remember what they took from you." I want to argue that both the fascination with vampire romance and the discomfort with it are natural reactions to something paradoxical in the experience of erotic love itself. Twilight is everything we fear in sexuality. The excess, the irrationality.
Neutral, I am like all the other girls. I've dealt with my internalized misogyny. But I'm very special and different. Like all the other girls are special and different. But also I'm not like the other girls because I haven't finished ACOTAR yet. That's why. As soon as I finish ACOTAR, I assume I'll be just like all the other girls because I will understand. Apparently there is like fairy penis. So, you know, I'll let you know.
The transgression, the violence, the loss of self-possession, the violation of boundaries.
None of them belong to themselves anymore. And the sickest part is, their genes tell them they're happy about it.
Stephenie Meyer is continuing an ancient mythological tradition of storytelling that equates love and death. Think Hades and Persephone, The Temptation of Eve, Swan Lake, Romeo and Juliet. Like Romeo and Juliet, Twilight is a moderate teenage love escalated to the point of death. And you could argue that Romeo and Juliet are closer to equals, where Edward and Bella are predator and prey. The lion fell in love with the lamb.
So the lion fell in love with the lamb.
But look at the big picture in Twilight. The lamb doesn't stay a lamb. By the end of the story, she becomes a lion. She's a powerful vampire with a rich husband and a magical demon baby. Yes, Edward is a dangerous predator.
The dream! Oh my god, why couldn't that happen to me?
But his power is subservient to his love for Bella, and it's deployed for her protection.
I feel very protective of you.
She becomes powerful because he loves her. This is not a story of becoming prey. It's a story of rising to the level of the predator. Behind every Cinderella fantasy is a female will to power. The debates about romance fiction are not frivolous. They concern the deepest questions in women's lives. What does happiness look like? What do we want from love? From sex? What does it mean to succeed as a woman? What does it mean to be a woman? What does it mean to be anything? Why is Twilight like this? To answer these questions and more, I read the entire Twilight saga twice. I watched the movies 37 times. I read 3,000 pages of psychoanalysis and 8,000 pages of queer and radical feminist theory. Now, some people say that I'm overly fixated on Twilight, that Mother is having another episode, and maybe some of those people are my psychiatrist, and maybe they're trying to put me on mood stabilizers. But here's why those people are wrong. Part 2. Desire. One way to state the question, the mystery we're trying to solve, is why would someone romanticize the relationship between a vampire and a human, between a predator and his prey? Isn't this problematic, with its age gaps and its power dynamics? One answer is that yes, it is problematic.
My guess is that it is literally just an exaggerated representation of life in general, right? Because there is a power dynamic in play most of the time anyway. Right? Women have historically had so much less access to material means other than through partnership or marriage. Therefore, like, this is just an exaggerated version of that. Twilight is not that deep, I'd say. You're wrong.
Problematic. And
because women's brains are that deep. As are men's. Things are that deep.
It's problematic because in order for a story to have a plot, there needs to be a problem, what is sometimes known as a conflict. Conflict creates tension, both romantic and narrative, and in Twilight, Edward's vampirism is the source of that tension. Listen to how Stephenie Meyer summarizes the dream that inspired Twilight.
A boy and a girl in a meadow having this conversation about how they were in love and the difficulties in that because he wanted to kill her. He was a vampire.
That is a problem. Yes, you're right.
The danger of Edward wanting to kill Bella adds to the tension. It makes the story more exciting. A common complaint from Twilight haters is that the first book has no plot. I feel like this complaint comes from people who don't understand romance as a genre. It's like that Goodreads review of Pride and Prejudice, just a bunch of people going to each other's houses. Strictly speaking true, but this person's idea of plot is too narrow. They think that plot just means physical action. Even Stephanie Meyer seems to think this to some extent, because there's a lot of what I would consider gratuitous action forced into these stories. The last movie ends with this giant battle between the Mormon vampires and their army of ethnic stereotypes. Good missionary work, I guess. And their sworn enemies, the Volturi.
Scum.
The Volturi are like a Mormon's idea of Catholics. You know, they live in the Vatican, they speak Italian. Magnifico. They're gay. I do love the Volturi. They're my kind of vamps.
Oh, she's so good.
I guess it was the 2000s and everything had to have giant battle scenes because Lord of the Rings. Why can't a romance just be a romance? Pride and Prejudice didn't end with Darcy hunting down Wickham in a high-speed carriage chase.
Isn't my husband a fine horseman?
Romance stories can have action elements, but they're primarily driven by emotion, pining, longing, yearning even. The plot of a romance is always desire deferred. In her Natural History of the Romance novel, romance scholar Pamela Regis says, quote, "The barrier is the conflict in a romance novel. It is anything that keeps the union of heroine and hero from taking place. In Pride and Prejudice, the barrier is in the title. It's Darcy's pride and Elizabeth's prejudice. And Mrs. Bennet certainly isn't helping either.
Bingley's wealth is nothing to his.
Lower your voice, woman. Everyone can hear you.
I don't care if he does.
In Twilight, you may be thinking the barrier is Jacob.
Hey, beautiful.
Because there are triangular moments between Jacob, Bella, and Edward. But let's face the facts. Team Jacob never stood a chance.
It's always been him.
The barrier is really just that Edward wants to drink that girl's sweet blood. And who can blame him? I've been thinking about taking a sip myself. In Twilight, blood drinking is a metaphor for sinful lust, for violent lust. Edward's inner conflict is between lust and love. He loves Bella, but he lusts for her blood. And because his bloodlust will kill her, he has to resist the temptation of bloodlust in order to love Bella.
I still don't know if I can control myself.
That's the barrier he overcomes. It's an internal barrier, a psychological conflict.
Stop. Find the will.
The barrier is essential to romance stories because narrative is sustained by tension, and so is romantic love. Now, I should explain that by romantic love, I mean what the ancient Greeks called eros. Eros is the ancient Greek personification of erotic love, that archery twink, better known by his Roman name Cupid. And I'm not just bringing this up to be pretentious, though.
Cupid the archery twink? I'm sorry, that's the best thing I've ever heard. It's just the best thing I've ever heard. Cupid the archery twink. Like, it's genius. Like, this is what Contra does so well. She just has this way, these moments of glorious description. It's brilliant.
That is a benefit. In English, the word love is awkwardly non-specific. You love your friends, you love your husband, you love your dad, you love your dog, you love God, you love Twizzlers. Love, 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 as if it's all the same. Greek has different words for all these kinds of love. There's philia, brotherly love, agape, spiritual love, storge, familial love, philautia, self-love, and then there's eros, the problem child. Eros is the aching, passionate longing of romance novels, of Sappho's poetry, of Romeo and Juliet. It's similar to what the psychologist Dorothy Tennov called limerence. Limerence is like an adult crush. sexual by nature, intense to the point of obsession and anguish. Eros, or limerence, or romantic love, whatever we want to call it, is the emotional impetus of the Twilight Saga. People who have never experienced limerence will be confused by Bella's behavior in Twilight, because it's extreme, it's irrational, it's obsessive, it's—
By the way, I also think that a lot of people who don't get Taylor Swift's music have never experienced limerence. Because Taylor Swift writes about the experience in kind of the same way, from sometimes in the early days from a very girlish perspective. Now from a more, I think most of the time from a more adult perspective. But it's that really intense, passionate desire or experience with another person.
It's all-consuming, it's at times masochistic. In New Moon, after Edward breaks up with Bella, she shrieks in agony all through the night and then sits in her depression.
What is so great about Taylor Swift? It's the same with other good songwriters, but basically Taylor Swift was kind of like the first person to do it really well, to write about intense girl feelings, and it was accepted by society, right? So like Taylor Swift's, let me just make everything about Taylor Swift for a second. But Taylor Swift's first song that ended up doing really well on the radio was Teardrops on My Guitar, basically. And it was a country song, and she was a pretty young white woman. So like obviously the math was mathing. But it's a song like, here's a reason for the teardrops on my guitar, the only one who's got enough of me to break my heart. Anyway, for girls growing up in that period, it was like the first validation of those really stupid girly romantic love feelings that you get when you're like a teenager and you're pining after a boy who doesn't even know you exist.
Chair staring dejectedly out the window for 3 consecutive months. There's a possibility. Meow, 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 meow. To an aromantic person, this might look like madness, because it is madness.
It's just not normal, this behavior.
But to anyone who's been in love, it's your madness. Unlike other forms of love, erotic love is painful.
When you left, you took everything with you. But the absence of him is everywhere I look.
The absence of him is everywhere I look.
You know, it's really interesting because for me, in my experience of young love, the first time I got dumped, the first time I got dumped, I literally thought I was going to die for 3 days. I was convinced. I was utterly convinced that you could physically die of a broken heart. And I have never forgotten what that felt like. Even though I got back together with that person a few times. That first breakup changed something fundamentally in me. Like legitimate. It fundamentally changed something because I thought that you could die. Death, die. I legitimately thought I was dying.
Absence is the essential nature of erotic love, because eros is desire and desire is lack. You want what you don't have. The essayist Anne Carson explores this idea in one of my favorite books, Eros the Bittersweet. The title comes from one of Sappho's poems. Eros once again a limb loosener.
An anonymous
whirls me
user gifted a
sweet
tier
bitter.
1 sub to revolutions_of_you.
Anon, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. There is such thing as broken heart syndrome. Absolutely there is.
Impossible to fight off. Creature stealing up. So why is Eros bitter? Well, we say that a person in love is in search of their other half. In Plato's Symposium, Aristophanes tells a myth about the origin of love, which says that we all used to be double what we are now, round beings with 4 arms and 2 heads and 2 sets of reproductive organs until Zeus split us all in half. Why is God always an abusive father? Concerning. So when we fall in love, we're yearning to heal the trauma of human nature, to be whole again. Yearning is always a desire for something we feel like we have lost. And it's that ache of loss, of separation, that makes Eros bitter. And Carson says, quote, pleasure and pain at once register upon the lover inasmuch as the desirability of the love object derives, in part, from its lack. Because desire is derived from lack, something has to separate the lover and the beloved for desire to sustain itself. In romance fiction, that something is the barrier, the ruse, Anne Carson calls it, the third thing that triangulates desire. The purpose of the barrier is, quote, to represent Eros as deferred, defied, obstructed, hungry, organized around a radiant absence, to represent Eros as lack. When the barrier is overcome, when the two lovers unite, that's the end of your romance novel, because the narrative is sustained by desire, and desire is sustained by separation. So when the separation ends, the desire ends, and that's the end of your story. The lovers kiss, Odysseus is home, the end. Happily ever after is of course not a reality, it's just a device of romance fiction. In reality, when two people in love unite, is what we call a long-term relationship, which, I'm sorry if I'm the one breaking this news to you, but many long-term relationships are not, in fact, happily ever after. It's not easy to sustain desire over years. You have to keep inventing new ruses, new barriers that create the space for desire to continuously reignite. Successful couples either learn to be content with a more pragmatic, non-erotic love, or they're somehow able to sustain Eros, falling in love with each other again and again. But I fear that's the exception. The rule is absence makes the heart grow fonder. Another way to put this would be to say that...
No, this is very true. I have known this for a very long time, but most people lack the skill set to sustain desire over a long period of time, which is why often relationships fall apart, because people don't know what to do when that happens. It is why people go looking to cheat. It is why people become content. It's also why people can become resentful. But there are ways to sustain desire, but they're often choices and they require knowledge. Damn, is it all about desire? I think desire is a huge part of life. It's also why some relationships would end. Yeah, absolutely. Like, sometimes, like, relationships run their course. That happens. Does that mean people with BPD have found the secret to life? What do you mean by that? I don't think so.
It's also why Shastapon devices help maintain desire in relationships.
It's true. But you just don't let men come anymore, and then desire built in. Genius. It's the basis of jar discourse. Is marriage a scam? No. For some people, marriage can be a scam, for sure. But I think that two people... see, there was a time in my life when I thought marriage was cringe. I don't think that anymore. I think that when two people are brave and stand up in front of everybody that they know and declare that they love one another, I think it's really beautiful. I really do. I think that it's brave, and I think that it is so impressively human. I think it's so impressively human to love another person. And I think it's so impressively human to love another person after being potentially hurt by other people. Like, because it just shows such a deep reverence and kindness. Like, for example, the wedding that I am a part of over the weekend, the way that these two people speak about one another, it's just really beautiful. Like, even at a birthday party I was at, like the way that this person spoke about their partner, just the way, the amount of respect and the way that this person looks upon another person, I think that that is just one of the most beautiful things about being human. I don't think marriage is necessary for everybody, but I think if two people want to do it and declare their love in front of people, I think it's one of those really beautiful markers of life. And look, I'm a bit bitter because I've never had any life markers, right? Like, I never went to like prom or whatever. And so now as I get older, I think that people who choose them are really beautiful. I think being with one person the rest of your life and maintaining desire was probably simpler when the natural human lifespan was around 40. Now that it's 80, it seems more pie in the sky. I think relationships just change over time. And it's about navigating hurt. It's about navigating so many different parts of life. It's about navigating the challenge if you want to. But people get lost along the way a bunch of times. Like, I have been in long-term relationships, one that is over, like, at one point over 8 years, and they change, and sometimes it just doesn't work out, sometimes it does. You just never know. Would you ever marry? I always thought I never would, but I'm not sure. I think it would just take the right set of circumstances. I don't think you can sit here and say, I would never do this, or I don't want this, or, you know, I said I would never, ever, ever want or have children. But I said that because, one, my ovaries don't work, and two, I was in a significant amount of pain. So that was not something that was like at the forefront of my head because, you know, and I couldn't perceive a future in which I would be in less pain. Now, the reality is, like, there are just things that change over your lifetime. So I think it's really stupid to ever say something final about what you do or don't want for your life. I think it's a trap. And I think it's a trap that a lot of people fall into when labeling themselves, even with sexuality. Like, I think when somebody goes, I'm asexual, and closes themselves off, like, by the way, I'm not invalidating asexuality at all. Even slightly. But I think it's really interesting when somebody goes and labels themselves as something very specific, because then it's like you box yourself in to that particular experience. And I have done it multiple times with different internalized labels that I've given myself. And I don't think it's necessarily a healthy thing to do. Which is why, as I sit here and live and breathe, I'm so anti-label most of the time. And I do think people give themselves labels and then adhere to whatever that looks like. I agree, Vox. It's like, or if you label yourself as undesirable, like you adhere to being undesirable in your own mind because it is a label that you have given yourself. Life will surprise you. Life has definitely surprised me. If you told me this is the life I would be living, I wouldn't have believed you. I was so fucking not what I am right now. So I think it's very interesting, to say the least. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed my tangent.
Desire prefers the hunt to the kill. And maybe that's one reason sexuality is often represented as predator and prey. The first shot of the first Twilight movie is of a deer being stalked by a predator. This tells us what kind of story it's going to be.
Shit. Hi, Lemon. Sorry, my dad's in the hospital and he does have something and has to have antibiotics and an operation and okay, at least we're all laughing.
This is a full-blown house deposit. So
Hey. Punch Up Dragon, thank you for the 26 months. No, I'm not ending stream. I can't. I'm going to the wedding. I can't. There's nothing I can do. I can only talk to my family. I'm just having a little conversation, but it seems like okay. Sorry, getting information out of my dad, who is currently on endone, is a little bit of a fight. Yes, I've watched most of the ContraPoints videos on stream.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Case, thank you
Sending
for
prime numbers.
Thank you for the 59 months. Send all the prime numbers. For those of you who don't know, my dad loves prime numbers. Yeah. I think the pain was really bad. Okay. Okay. Looks like my dad's being admitted for 3 days. Of course, while I'm at a wedding. Live. I swear to God. I'm going to get some chocolate because I deserve it. BRB. Chad, I received these as a gift and they don't taste that good, but I am going to eat them. Do you want to know what's fucked up, chat? So basically the thing that was inflamed for me, my duodenum or whatever, it's the same for my dad. Anyway, so apparently genetics are real.
So the lion fell in love with the lamb.
Edward the Lion Cullen embodies hunter sexuality. He glares, he stalks, he pounces, and Bella, at least at first, is his prey.
What a stupid lamb.
A similar trope of lover as hunter exists on ancient Greek urns, which often depict a lover not in possession, but in pursuit of his beloved. Anne Carson says, quote, "The moment of ideal desire on which vase painters as well as poets are inclined to focus is not the moment when the two unite in happiness. What is pictured is the moment when the beloved turns and runs. It's the moment of obstructed desire John Keats described in his Ode on a Grecian Urn. Bold lover, never, never canst thou kiss, though winning near the goal, yet do not grieve. She cannot fade, though thou hast not thy bliss. Forever wilt thou love, and she be fair." The poet, or the urn painter, captures that moment of desire for all time, the hunter suspended in the middle of a hunt. Desire is like a dog that wants to chase a squirrel, but not to catch it. And it may be this fugitive element of desire that gives rise to double standards, where the beloved, the one who is pursued, is valued only as long as she is unattainable. To quote Anne.
Ugh. Isn't that just a miserable fact, though? Like, if that's the truth, how sad is that? Like, the minute that you're attainable, you're unwanted. Miserable.
And Carson again, because I love her so much, a titillating triangle comes into play between the lover, the bad girl who attracts him, and the good girl who honors him by saying no. In this kind of dating ritual, the barrier is the good girl, who is modest, elusive, hard to get. Like in the 90s, there was this infamous dating manual for women called The Rules, time-tested secrets for capturing the heart of Mr. Right.
Oh my
It
God.
included such advice as,
Ew.
always end phone calls first. Don't accept a Saturday night date after Wednesday. In other words, play hard to get.
This shit, still all over feminine advice.
The Rules strikes many people as oppressively old-fashioned at best and straight-up psychopathic at worst. And I agree, I don't think The Rules should be taken too seriously, but there is a little grain of truth in it. Simone de Beauvoir says, "The knight departing for new adventures offends his lady, yet she has nothing but contempt for him if he remains at her feet. This is the torture of impossible love." To paraphrase the psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan, desire thinks it wants to be satisfied, but really, it wants to go on desiring. Desire is desire for desire. Shakespeare says something similar in Sonnet 147, "My love is as a fever, longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease." Shakespeare compares desire, that is love, eros, to a sickness that wants to perpetuate itself. "What doesn't kill me makes me want you more," is Taylor Swift's version of
Contra! Respect. I foreshadowed this. You can accuse me of pre-watching all you want. I didn't pre-watch, but I absolutely fucking foreshadowed this. You're welcome. I'm actually a genius. Your streamer is the best one. You're welcome. Worthy of minimum $5. Basically worth the value of a Nintendo Switch. You think we were recommending this to you on accident, huh? Fuck off, I still hate you.
the same thought, in a song that begins, "Fever dream high in the quiet of the night," echoing Shakespeare's comparison of love to a fever, a desire that feeds on its own frustration. And I'm pretty sure Taylor agrees with what I'm saying in this video. Also, I apologize for criticizing her in my JK Rowling video. I've since read a bunch of Tumblr posts that convinced me that she's gay. Inspiring. Follow the money. In an episode of Seinfeld, George Costanza makes a distinction between two types of desire, yearning and craving.
Do you ever yearn?
Yearn? Do I yearn?
Have you yearned?
Well, not recently. I craved. I crave all the time, constant craving. But I haven't yearned.
What is the difference between yearning and craving? Well, let's start with craving.
I love this.
What kinds of things do you crave? You crave a cigarette, a sandwich, an orgasm, a drink. You satisfy a craving for something, but then an hour later, you crave it again. So maybe craving is a desire that can be satisfied, but only for a moment. Craving is like Shakespeare's description of lust and—
I literally just ate 5 chocolates. I wasn't even craving. I did want them. I couldn't stop myself. I guess I did crave them. Oh my god, I needed dopamine because my dad's in hospital. My brain's like, oh, bitch, you need joy. And stream's not cutting it. Twitch chat really isn't stepping up to the plate. Do you know what you need? Chocolate. That's so funny.
Sonnet 129. The expensive spirit in a waste of shame is lust in action, enjoyed no sooner but despised straight, a bliss in proof and proved a very woe, before a joy proposed, behind a dream. Aw, poor baby. Bill was really having a hard time in those sonnets. How is yearning different from craving? Well, maybe it's the difference between love and lust, the difference between Shakespeare's Sonnet 129 and 147. Craving is enjoyed no sooner but despised straight, and yearning is a fever longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease. Isn't this what Stephenie Meyer's really trying to say here? Edward Cullen craves blood, but he yearns for Bella. It's lust against limerence. Let's talk about yearning.
Do you ever yearn?
What kinds of things do you yearn for? You yearn for union with the person you're in love with, or for union with God, like in Psalm 63. My whole being longs for you in a dry and parched land where there is no water. You yearn for God. You don't crave God. No one says, I need to get my God fix. Don't talk to me until I've had my God. You yearn to feel whole again, maybe by finding your other half, or through some kind of shroomy oneness. Or maybe Freud was right, that it's really mother who we yearn for. Mother, I mean, we did used to be one with her body in the womb, and then they cut the umbilical cord, and they weaned you from her breast, and life has been downhill ever since. Yearning, maybe you yearn for the good old days. Nostalgia, a yearning for lost time. Or you yearn for nostalgia's inverse, utopian socialism. Think about the kind of leftists who talk about the revolution like it's the rapture. These people are yearning for a different time, but it's one they imagine in the future. Yearning, I think, is inherently erotic. It's not necessarily sexual, but it's erotic in the sense that unlike craving, which can be satisfied, though only for a moment, yearning is a desire that can't really be satisfied at all. Like, you know how no matter what you accomplish in life, you can never really be satisfied because you always still feel the same void inside eating a...
As Billie Eilish said, things I'm longing for, someday I'll be bored of. It's so weird that we care so much until we don't.
Away at you all the time? Well, this is the reason for that. We all have a black hole deep inside of us, and nothing can ever really fill it. Some people call it a God-shaped hole, but I'm pretty sure my God-shaped hole is shaped like... Actually, I think the hole is flexible. It kind of...
I find myself with a yearning to get the human experience right. And for some reason, I feel like I am always doing the human experience wrong. And I know that there is no one correct way to do the human experience, but for some reason, it always has felt like that other people have an easier time doing the human experience. And I'm not even trying to be a pick-me, because I understand that the reality is most people feel like this. And so I don't know if the mental yearning for like doing the human experience right is actually just like pick me behavior in which I think I'm somehow different from the majority of humans experiencing this godforsaken thing. I don't think it is, right? I think it's really normal. And you just got to find the way you don't feel wrong doing it. I just think no matter what you do, it tends to feel wrong. I think with the brain cells that I have been given in my head, I don't think that there is a way that I will live my life in which I don't think I'm doing it wrong. If that makes sense. I barely recognize previous versions of myself because every previous version of myself that I look at, I'm like, bitch, you were doing that wrong. And I'm probably going to look back at this version of myself and be like, bitch, you are absolutely doing that wrong. At least I'm cringe now.
Shapes itself to whatever it is we think we're missing, the things we desire become symbols of the whole, and we come to believe that we're yearning for this symbol. Anne Carson says, quote, "Who is the real subject of most love poems? Not the beloved, it is that whole." Now would be a good...
But that's the problem, right? When you go looking for another person to fill the hole, it never works out very well because they never live up to your expectations. That's the issue. All of a sudden, somebody that you perceived as very shiny and desirable no longer lives up to the expectations of who you thought they were, and they are unfortunately very fallible, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, that's not really that fun anymore.
Time to admire my restraint and not making any jokes about filling my holes. Very tasteful, very ladylike.
So
I know.
ladylike.
You may praise me in the comments section now. Lacan says something similar. I'll quote Zizek's summary because Lacan is illegible. If you don't care about philosophy, just ignore these names. Close your eyes and pretend this isn't happening. Quote, the drive's goal to reach its object is false. It masks its true aim, which is to reproduce its own circular movement by repeatedly missing its object. This is the trap of yearning, of unrequited love, and of nostalgia. You yearn for the good old days because you lack them.
By the way, you want to hear a fun little story? Some people accidentally set themselves up to only ever experience unrequited love because it is safe and comfortable. And so if you are always yearning for something that is entirely unattainable, you are experiencing safe but unrequited love, because there is no risk, but it fulfills the need, but there is no risk. Like being skinny? What? Huh?
They are lost time. But try explaining that to the people in the comments section of a 90s Fruity Pebbles commercial pining for the lost golden age. I miss the world when there was still love left in it.
Yummy Fruity Pebbles in apples.
On second thought, the Fruity Pebbles commercial may be the only thing holding this man's sanity together. Let's just let him have this.
I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left them.
We all wish there was a way to feel like you're in the good old days, but there isn't.
An
It's
anonymous
impossible.
user gifted
Why?
a tier 1 sub to
well,
Seinen.
you're never in the good old days.
Anonymous, you gifted Senin for a reused fucking Reddit joke. I know you didn't come up with that on your own.
Days because you can only yearn for what you've lost. The good old days are old because they're gone, and they're good because you idealize what you yearn for, and you only yearn for what you do not have. Your childhood is dead, and no amount of Fruity Pebbles will bring it back. I've tried. Advertising simulates desire by invoking lack, often yearning for beauty, prestige, and glamour. Glamour simply...
It's also how capitalism continues functioning, right? They keep selling us stuff that you think will fill the hole. So you begin to desire it. It is designer things. It's wealth. It's power. It's all of these things that they trick you into desiring to fill that gaping black hole inside of you. Guess what, chat? There are billionaires and that hole is still not filled.
Is the unattainable, the always out of reach. Do you ever feel like Goldilocks in a world where the porridge is never just right?
Every
I feel
day.
like I'm describing some kind of pessimist's prayer. You can't get what you want, and if you do, it won't make you happy. And if it
That's
does,
amazing
not for
reloaded.
long. The only way to escape the cycle of suffering...
Do I yearn for any previous part of my life? No. I do not yearn for any previous part of my life. I don't have any good old days that I really yearn for. I sometimes yearn for the comfort of young love before I knew any better. But I don't wish to be the person that I was then ever. LAN parties, civilization peaked. I yearn for my childhood when I didn't have to be a grown-up. No, I hated my childhood. I hated having no control over my life. That's why I played Neopets, in order to simulate control over like a life. Like I didn't get to, like I couldn't do anything. No, like I think we glorified childhood because, like, yes, there is less responsibility and you are somewhat looked after, but I do yearn for days before chat was annoying, like today, because you all are very annoying. That's true. I did have a Tamagotchi.
The only path to salvation is to both like and subscribe. Give me your money. You know, I think I crave because I yearn. Suppose, hypothetically, someone named, I don't know, Veronica is an unrequited love. And suppose the pain of that drives Veronica, hypothetically, for educational and harm reduction purposes, to get a little bit addicted.
No, I don't want to go back in time. I would like to stop aging so that my body stops failing me. But no, it's honestly, I don't even think I would go back to how I looked. It's a very interesting thing, but I obviously haven't gotten to the point where I've aged, but I haven't gotten to the point where I'm like obviously aging. So I kind of just would like stop it here, but not in growth, just in ability to live, I guess. I don't miss being a toddler. I'm okay with aging, I just miss being cared for. I think most people want to be cared for. I think that's one of the reasons that people go looking for partnership, because even like some semblance of care is an incredibly nice feeling. But also very hard to find.
She's craving to cope with the yearning.
Like my own personal brand of heroin.
What's your favorite brand of heroin? Leave a comment. Maybe you could visualize cravings as like epicycles of the larger cycle of yearning that orbits around the void.
Constant craving.
I promise this is about Twilight. Yearning is bittersweet, and the bitterness of yearning comes from the absence at its core, from the futility of grasping at something always out of reach.
The absence of him is everywhere I look.
But what about the sweetness? The sweetness of yearning comes from It's not easy having a good time. The sweetness of yearning comes from anticipation. It's the hope that just maybe you might finally grasp the thing you're reaching for this time. There's a German word for this because, of course, Vorfreude, which means pre-pleasure, the pleasure of anticipation, is the reason that we gift wrap presents. As Ted Bundy said, the fantasy that accompanies and generates the anticipation that precedes the crime is always more stimulating than the immediate aftermath of the crime itself. So true.
Perfect. So true, Ted.
Anticipation is the basic pleasure of eroticism.
And I do think that if you skip right ahead to sex in a story, you're missing out on a lot of really exciting things the first time you hold somebody's hand.
It's true. That's why you should read The Mortifying Ordeal of Being in Love. The whole thing's anticipation. Lemo.
Your heart just goes crazy. It's this amazing experience that you go home and tell your friends about. Oh my gosh, he touched my hand, you know.
A striptease is infinitely more erotic than a nudist colony. Why? Anticipation, tension, and release. The point of striptease is that the audience wants to see a naked woman. But once the woman is naked, once the barrier is removed, the show's over. Striptease is like the visual equivalent of a slow-build romance novel. Aren't mystery stories like this too? Are mysteries erotic? The pleasure is in unraveling the mystery, the yearning for the truth, the anticipation of the answer. Once the puzzle is solved, you lose interest. This is how people become conspiracy theorists. They get addicted to that rush of discovery, going down the rabbit hole. It's the pursuit of truth rather than the possession of it. A better outlet for this urge is philosophy. Philosophy is inherently erotic in that philosophical questions by nature can never be definitively answered, so the epistemic yearning never ends. In The Importance of Being Earnest, Algie says,
True, philosophy over conspiracy every day.
The essence of romance is uncertainty.
Uncertainty is also the very essence of gambling. It's why I wasted $2,000 playing Egypt Quest. Gambling is addictive because the Vorfreude, the anticipation of a maybe win, is more compelling than the win itself.
Very romantic to be in love, but there's nothing romantic about a definite proposal. Well, one may be accepted. One usually is, I believe, and then the whole excitement is over.
Uncertainty sustains the bittersweet mix of hope and anxiety, which is ruinous when it leads to the junky behavior of gambling addicts and serial adultery, but which I think can be safely simulated in art. Consider Twilight, to choose a random example. Will this romance end in love or murder? It doesn't matter if you know it will end with a happily ever after, it's about the process, how you get there. Consider the music of my youth. Mozart, the Symphony No. 25 in G minor. Guess what chord it ends on? Spoiler alert, G minor. People think Mozart is stuffy now, but it's very erotic music. It's all about tension and release. Mozart builds tension through devices like rising melody, increased dissonance, increased volume, rhythmic complexity, harmonic wandering from the tonic, or simply adding more notes.
Too many notes.
The tension is released in a chord sequence called a cadence. Music teachers always describe the cadence as returning home, comparing the...
Yeah, there's a piece of music that I think does this really well, is the Interstellar music. It builds in a way that is just so filled with tension. You can, now that you've heard that, you'll be able to pick it up in so many like bits of music that you actually like. Again, Taylor Swift does it really well. Like Illicit Affairs is one of those songs. She is so good at a bridge. Like Taylor Swift knows how to write a bridge that builds, and then you get the release at the end, basically.
Musical narrative structure to a hero's journey. On its own, the cadence is kind of boring, so it's often drawn out and ornamented with a trill. What is the point of this gesture? Well, it heightens the tension just as it's about to be released. The trill occurs at that pre-climactic moment when gratification is imminent.
Yeah, it's contrapoint.
It's very sexual. It's musical edging. When you hear it in isolation, it just sounds like an 18th century musical stock
Musical
phrase,
edging.
but that's exactly the point I'm making. The release is only pleasurable because of the tension that is accumulated in anticipation of it. Without the tension, there is no release. And that's just kind of the nature of human pleasure. It's fire and ice. Herr Dr. Father says, we are so constituted that we can only intensely enjoy contrasts. Without the bitterness of tension, there is no sweetness of release. Philosophies that seek to liberate us from suffering advise that we let go of desire. Stoicism says we should limit desire to things we can control. Buddhism says we can stop craving and clinging by recognizing that desire arises from impermanence and from the illusion of the self. Philosophers and gurus are correct to recognize that desire leads to suffering. But detachment from desire is not bliss.
This is the whole, like, are we about to go into Buddhism, right? Because like there are people that are like, well, I can just stop myself from desiring anything. I'll only eat plain food. There will be no masturbation. I will stop myself from desire, therefore I will experience no suffering. Because thou that shan't desire cannot experience. Like, I just... No, I know it's not what Buddhism, like, Buddhism is entirely different to that. But Buddhism has to do with suffering being, anyway, another point. My point is that there are people who just attempt to no longer experience desire. There's no hope for you cunts. What problem do you have with me today? Tell me. Please, inform me. We're literally just talking about philosophy and you're like, there's no hope for you cunts. You're so different. You're so different. You're not like the rest of us. I'm curious though, what's your problem? Spell it out for me. Maybe I'll fix it for you. Because I want nothing more than to please random people on the internet. It's my dream. Yeah, but Vox, if they skedaddled, I don't get my release. Now I'm just stuck with the tension. Our desire is sustained by his lack of response. Ah! Chat! I've just been edged by a troll. So annoying.
If someone is promising you bliss or some mystical solution to the wound of human nature, that's probably a cult. Watch out for that. Detachment results in something more low-key, like tranquility or peace. Wise men are always saying, stop clinging to desire and you'll find peace. Wise men are always saying this. The Tao Te Ching, chapter 46 says, one who knows that enough is enough will always have enough.
I have enough.
That is wisdom.
It's true, I have enough. I don't need anything else. I have enough. I don't have enough. I want so much more. Not like money or power or anything, but I do want more. Do I know what more entails? Absolutely not. I think it's Girl Doze a success, so don't forget to subscribe to our Patreon.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
Thank you. Road to 1K. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Chat, I'm really grateful for all the subs today. I did look at my sub count today and it was very sad. But it's okay because I've been mentally ill and it's okay to be mentally ill sometimes. Okay? Being mentally ill is a natural reaction to the world in which we live. And that just happens sometimes. But most of the time I am relatively reliable, so thank you so much for supporting my content as I come back and attempt to be funny on the internet.
Bye!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Euphemisticism.
I don't even know what euphemisticism is. Your old voice sounds squeakier? That's because it was squeakier. I have been hardened and aged by the internet, kiddo. What do you think has happened to me? I speak for hours and hours every single night to people who annoy the shit out of me and make me watch fucking Twilight videos.
Tasty Velociraptor gifted a tier 1 sub to Free Sub News Streamer. They have given 1,496 gift subs in the channel.
I could speak in a higher tone if you wanted me to. I can speak up here. Is that nicer? Does that make you want to give me $5 more if I speak up here like this? Do I sound more desirable? Do I sound smarter? Do you know what? I actually think my voice got lower. This is gonna make me sound fucking insane. Okay. Chat, as you know, for a lot of my life, I had really fucking bad social anxiety. And one of the ways that I dealt with my social anxiety was I would practice talking to the person in the supermarket checkout. And I would rehearse what I would say. And every time I would say something, I would attempt to use my professional speaking voice, which was lower. So like as I would be going through the supermarket checkout and they'd be like, "Hi, how are you?" I'd be like, "Hi, I'm good, thank you. How are you?" And I would say it in my professional voice. And I think over time, what has happened is that my professional speaking voice that I was practicing with as I was trying to get over my social anxiety became my regular voice. And I do often, I speak lower now. My voice used to be higher. You ever check out in the newscaster voice for a laugh? I mean, I can always speak in a newscaster voice. Part of it is also a better mic. Oh no, the way I speak is entirely different. But yes, the mic makes a little bit of a difference. But yeah, like I practiced very much. Like I couldn't look people in the eyes. Going through the supermarket checkout was my... You Austin Butlered yourself? I did! I Austin Butlered myself. See, because that's my normal voice. Like when I go high-pitched and I get excited and I speak in this tone, this is probably my normal voice. This is probably where it was supposed to sit. And in the meantime, I'm like, no, you... And then the other thing is then once I went to university and in my psychology course, I found out that people take lower toned voices more seriously. So if you look at newsreaders all over media, they all speak in a lower tone of voice. It is why Sandra Sully was like the peak of newscaster for so long, because her voice was so low and she would speak to you like this. And so naturally, all of a sudden, here I am on Twitch, very obviously doing a newscaster voice. And I'm good at it because I've practiced it in my professional voice as I've been practicing losing my social anxiety in the supermarket checkout. No, not me slowing down my speaking in meetings when I want people to pay attention. Yes, that's a very Hinge story. I've come so far and fought so hard, but in the end, it doesn't really matter.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Echo Finder, 11 months of free willingly giving me your money on the internet. Thank you for your Prime. Grateful. Very grateful.
And wisdom is soothing? but it's not exciting. So it's really your choice to make. Do you want to read novels about wise people being at peace?
No, I think and this is the dangerous.
Tasty Velociraptor gifted a tier 1 sub to House Airy on sale. They have given 1,497 gift subs in the channel.
I don't like that. Houses are not on sale and they're certainly not accessible to me, so leave me alone. I'm grateful for your content in whatever tone your voice is delivered in. You're a simp. I'm joking. You're so nice. In fact, you're the only chatter that has not made me mad today. Everybody else has annoyed me. Well, actually, Landar didn't annoy me either. But everybody else has annoyed me. There's only 2 good chatters today. Everybody else is annoying. I'm joking, sort of. I haven't even been here. I don't even go here. I don't even go here. You're a mod. That's a failure of great... Whoa, what did I do? Honestly, Blonde Philosophy, you know what you did. You know what you did, and I know what you did. And what you did is you sent me Discord DMs that I absolutely want to respond to.
House deposit, so...
I'm doing this anyway.
Taff, annoying. The worst. Fired. So annoying. Thank you for the 46 months. I'll unmod myself if it helps. It's not going to help. I've done nothing. No, you did. You're part of the chat. You're annoying. Oh my god, that was a real account. I heard you're a weirdo and a pervert. Who from? Who said? Who dobbed? Which one of you dobbed on me? Chat, who dobbed? Who told on me? Who leaked? Who leaked? I'm going to give you inadvertent chocolate wrapper ASMR until you admit to it. That's right, take that. Take that. That's right. Collective punishment is illegal. Do you know what, chat? At least I'm not in my bad mood anymore. Through being angry at all of you, I have managed to relieve myself of the very, very terrible bad mood that I woke up from my nap in.
Triargane gifted a tier 1 sub to Leaks. They have given 2,258 gift subs in the channel.
Chat, as you all know, it is International Women's Month. If you do not participate in this hype train, you are guilty of misogyny. Now, while collective punishment is apparently illegal, I will stop when someone gives a sub. I'm sorry. I'm so evil. Chat, I'm not doing anything for the representation of women. Or actually, maybe what we need is the representation of more evil women. I'm actually breaking boundaries. I'm actually a trailblazer. The new trailblazers are actually women unafraid to be depicted as evil. And that's me. This feels anti-feminist. It can't be. I'm a woman. Everything I do is feminist. Because I'm in my feminine. Eve ate the apple just as I have decided to break boundaries by being unafraid to be depicted as evil.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Go off, queen.
And yet somehow I'm still embarrassed every time someone plays along with my joke. Stop it!
Clicking this button apparently makes me a better person, so why not?
It does. And Denareth, 3 months and a sneaky tier 2. And you've kicked over the hype train, which means we haven't failed, which means everybody in the chat gets 1 non-misogynist point. That's such a gift. Slay.
Rear_Admiral_Tyne gifted a tier 1 sub to Slay. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
That's a terrible gifted sub. Punished. Sorry, if you do a bad gifted sub, everybody suffers. Low-hanging fruit. Joke's on you, I like this sound. Hey, Euphemisticism, how are you feeling about your gifted sub to this channel right now? Good? Are you feeling good about it? Are you like, this is exactly what I was expecting? 10 out of 10. Highlight of my day. I'm feeling like that's the energy that I'm getting for. It's fine. I was expecting more. How disappointing. Can we redeem the non-misogynist at a later date? No. It's lit. I mean, 2017 called it, wanted its descriptor back. I say lit all the time. Who do I think I am? I was about to pull some quotes. Do you know what I'm doing right now, chat? Do you know what I'm doing? I'm actually supporting Australian business. Okay? That's what I'm doing. Because these are Daryl Lee chocolates. So I think they were bought out, actually. I don't know if they're still Australian. But they were an Australian business. And so I'm supporting local by eating chocolates.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Smixel Hay Evening.
Do you know how many houses I could have by now if subscriptions were actually all full-blown house deposits? So many. Vin, 32 months. My God. Ridiculous. You crave chocolates but yearn for supporting local business. I crave chocolates but I yearn for a world in which someone feeds me chocolates. You know, like in the Roman Empire. You know, like where somebody would like do the grape feeding. That's the yearn. I have to feed myself chocolate. I'm so done. Oh, God. Like, everybody accuses me of being a feminist, but I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Like, I want my equal rights. I really do. But I also want to be fed chocolates. Why can I not have both? That is a disgusting thing to say, Bobby. I would never charge extortionate rents. No, I'm living out my days pondering the Roman Empire. A lemons, obviously. Chat, thanks for the hype train. You're all lucky we achieved at least one level. Everybody gets to live another day as non-misogynists. Very low on points still, though. Doubt you would. I would be the best owner of land. Do you have land? You should sell me your land. I'll look after it. Trust, I'll be very good at it. Zombie pineapple, that's fucked. That's fucked. That's so fucked up. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. No. Bad. Bad zombie pineapple. What would you do with your land? I would invite all of the men to come and live on it and work the land, and I would just watch them. So I could yearn, you know? Oh, chat, do you ever realize that you've become far too comfortable being mentally ill on the internet? Why not the women? The women will be with me. We will be mutually yearning.
Buy some land. Have a party.
Anonymous, thank you for the 1170. That will go to buying land in the future for sure. Because I'll definitely be able to afford it. Honestly, I wouldn't hate that arrangement. Yes, because the opposite of feminism, right, is that men have been stuck being the pursuers for so long, right? Equality. Let me tell you, International Women's Month, as we fight for equality, right? The yearning of men is the yearning to be obviously desired. I can't play Happy Birthday on the keyboard, Mr. Figo. Sorry. I don't know how to play that. Azrael, where are you? I don't think. Where's the land over there? 2K an acre? Upstate New York. What? Huh? I actually don't think I want to buy land in America though. Being desired seems like something to yearn for. It's true. So what we do is I buy land. I bring the men to the land. The ladies, they oogle the men on the land. The men feel desired, having been oogled, working the land. Everybody wins. End of story. You're welcome. By the way, obviously we finished watching Contra today. Hopefully we can get through the rest of it tomorrow. I'm not making any guarantees at all. But I will try. Because otherwise you're going to have to wait until after the wedding. Oh my God, though. That's the perfect depiction of tension. That's right, chat. You have to hold off. You have to restrain yourselves. You have to wait for the build. For my incredible reactions, you have to continue to exist, to desire. I'm so on brand, on topic. I'm doing so well. I hope you and these other people are having a great wedding. I am almost certain that it will be the most wonderful wedding. Pix's dream of a matriarchal forced labor cult is well established at this point. It's not forced labor. I would never force anybody to do anyone. I would never force anyone to do anything. Yeah, it's like this free-willing, like, little communist utopia. I'm sorry, do you want to come be desired while working the land? Do I have some wood chopping for you to do? All right? Have you not seen TikTok? Have you not seen the wood chopping TikToks? All right. I'm providing an opportunity. I'm giving you purpose. All right. I'm giving you purpose. Who's wood? It'll be yours if you don't stop being annoying. That goes for all of you, chat. Do the men have a sauna to let off some steam? Homoeroticism is encouraged. Of course. We love intimacy for men. I've seen novel covers at the supermarket that resemble this. Stop it. Jesus. Fuck some people. You know, chat, I know I joke about being mentally ill, but some people are actually mentally ill. It's terrifying. What is this? Aw, that's nice. You're not going to catch me cleaning graves, but that's nice. It's not for me. The irony is that Natalie just covers this whole conversation later in the video effectively. You're joking. Does that not make you respect me more, though? Does it not make you realize that I am the peak of feminine academic intellectual authority? It's not what it's giving. Sounds pre-watched. I haven't pre-watched anything. How much time do you think I have in my life? I don't have pre-watching time, I'll tell you that for free. I have to ask a friend. I'm not allowed opinions during International Women's Month. It's true. This is my most profitable month, chat. Oh, you all die. I'm joking. Oh, it just comes too easily. It just comes to I can't help myself. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. Like, I cringe immediately after, but like... Hey. She be dark in the heart? Alute, that is because I believe that there are not enough depictions of evil women anymore. I'm starting a trend. Is there a rehab for streamers that are too open on the internet? There should be. I'm in dire need of it. A psychologist could help you. Samurai, would it stress you to know that I have a psychologist? Babe, I want to complain to you about this controvid so bad. It's such a petty non-point, but I can't shake it. Complain to me. You can. It's International Women's Month. You're the only person in this chat that I'm allowing to complain right now. Can I call you? I'll be 36. Yes, you can. Oh no. Chat. Oh no. Chat, surprise girl dozer side content. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. A treat. A treat. A treat. I wish I had a drink that I felt like drinking. You have to check your Discord. Joe will tell me when it's time to check Discord. Oh, calling. Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
So, I know it's such a non-point. It's got nothing to do with the content of the video.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of feel like a few weeks ago, you and I decided we were doing fanfic. And then Contra comes out with a Twilight video that's kind of like cutting our grass. It's kind of like she stole our idea 2 years ahead of our idea.
I know. But I wasn't going to mention it because I was like, are we now behind the times?
No, we're not. We were actually completely on the time. It just annoys me that we have this amazing idea and she comes in out of nowhere with this, like, what the fuck?
I know, but do you know what's going to be so good?
What?
Is that now our next episode is just so on the cultural,
That's
like,
true.
you know, we're really on the point. Like our
But, like,
next
if we have
episode.
points, people are going to be like, oh, they took it from Contra. No, we didn't. We've been working on this episode for weeks.
Well, maybe what we do is we go back and we screenshot the DMs of us planning it, the one with the date, and then we prove it to everybody that we did it before the release of Contra's video so that everybody knows that we are still extra cool.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Because I was like, when I saw that she dropped a Twilight video, I was like, what the fuck? Is she being, like, it felt personal. Like, she doesn't know who I am. But I was like, why would this bitch do this to us? Like,
I know.
Come up with your own content, which she obviously did, but
I know, and when we'd come up with so many good ideas as well.
I know, we're ideas men. And it's just like I couldn't even watch the whole video because I was getting so mad. It's like, this is so silly. Like, this isn't even, but she stole our content.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here and it looks obvious that, well, I've pre-watched the whole video when I haven't even watched it. I just had all the same thoughts in my head ready to go.
Yeah, because we've been working on we've been re-entering our fan fiction life. Like, do you know what's got me so hot while reading this book? Not to preempt the podcast. It's not actually about
I'm concerned because the book is manacled.
But, is it manacled? I've been saying manacled. I'm such an idiot.
Is it manacled?
No, I bet you're right. Manacled makes more sense.
Is it manacled or manacled, chat?
Oh, no. Anyway,
Am I right or is Joe right? I feel like it's more often that I am the dumb one.
No. Saying a word wrong, that's all me, baby. It's
I think
pronunciation. That's my grind.
Wait, you haven't thought about manacled as in like manacles? Like,
yeah, that makes sense. Which is why I'm saying the way you're saying it makes a lot of sense. Manacled. What is that? A horse name? Like
Manaclot. What were you saying though?
What I was saying was, as someone who is actively in the fanfic world.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about the ability to comment on a chapter and like waiting for a new chapter to be released and then like rushing to the comments and being like, oh my God, I cannot wait for the next installment. Like, blah, blah. And like when the chapters get sexy and you're like, yeah, now I'm into it. Like, let's go. And it's so good having a completed fanfic where you're not like edged.
Yeah.
It's like you can just keep reading. You don't have to wait a couple of
It's
weeks
true.
for the writer to update. It's all there.
Are you talking about how in Manacled you do get the little notes that are written?
Yeah. Oh, I'm talking about when you're on like, oh, but you downloaded the EPUB. You weren't reading it through archive of your own, were you?
No, I got the little notes. I read it on the website because I didn't know how to download it to my Kindle at that point. So I scrolled. I read it on web page via web page.
Yeah, okay. So when you get to the bottom of each chapter, there'll be a thing and it says, not the notes, which I know what you're referring to there. It says comments. And then it's the readers commenting on how they felt about the chapter.
I didn't read any of the comments.
Well, we have time because I'm only at chapter 42. So I still have like 35 chapters
Yeah,
to go.
there's still a lot of chapters.
I know. And I have really gay predictions that aren't going to come true. But can I just put one out there before the episode so you know that
Please. What is your gay prediction?
Okay, so for anyone listening, it's a Dramione fanfic.
It
Okay,
is.
I personally am a Drarry girl.
A Drarry?
Yeah, Drarry Empreg. Okay, but I have a prediction that Hermione might actually be a Harry Horcrux. So in effect, Draco is fucking Harry. It's kind of like my way of gayifying Hermione.
I literally can't respond because
I'm guessing that's not how it turns out.
I can't respond. That's exactly how it turns out. I can't respond. You know?
Is it actually? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I like it's just getting slutty, so
Oh.
I'm like really getting into it.
Also, I feel like before the next episode, our fanfic episode at least, we can do another one in between. But I feel like before we do it, I feel like you also have to read Draco Malfoy and the Mortifying Ordeal of Being in Love. Because
I can do that, 'cause
you
that's
have
easy, isn't
it is a much lighter read than Manacled, but I feel like we need the balance of both.
Okay. Also, I think it would be good for us. Sorry to just keep making you read fan fiction. But I
okay.
don't care. I think it would be good for us because I think there's an ethical line between like fanfic about fiction and then fanfic about real people. So it might be fun to read like a One Direction fanfic. Because you know, like the Louis and Harry fanfics ruined their friendship.
So, have you been on my stream at all when I have read some of the fanfics that exist out there?
No.
Yeah, we read Scott Morrison and Josh Frydenberg fanfic.
But that probably happened, allegedly. What? Did you hear about the
Allegedly.
rent boys in the chapel at Parliament House?
I did not.
Yeah, I don't know how this wasn't bigger news. The Liberals sneak in male prostitutes who they have sex with in Parliament House Church.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Friendly Geordies has a video on it. Anyway.
To YouTube. Off you go, chat. You've just been given a gift.
But
I am about to get off the internet, so you guys can go watch that incredible piece of internet literature.
Well, I won't take up too much of your time. I couldn't believe she stole our idea, even though I know she technically didn't steal it. But to me, it was a steal. And I haven't talked to you about it yet because I've been recovering.
Fanficaholic.
I love fan fiction. I'm never not gonna love it. I actually thought about writing some while I've been reading. I'm like, should I get back into this? And I'm like, why?
You could. I think there's a few gaping holes that could require some
again.
filling. Yeah. I do think that there's room for somebody needs to write a good ending for the internet politics drama that exists. I think there's I think there's a lot of lore there. I think there's a lot of room. I think there's a lot of room for exploration.
But that's why we need to chat on our podcast. Before I proceed and write some sort of fanfic like that, we need to talk about the ethics of writing fanfiction about real people.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just write a fanfiction about us.
Well, if you write a fan fiction about yourself, is that ethical?
Well, in a way, that's anytime someone does like non-canon characters that you've never heard of, it's really just a self-insert. I did a lot of those as well. I used to write a lot of like broken girl spends the summer with Oliver Wood fan fictions.
Perfect. Stunning. No notes.
But, you know, it's what it is. So that wouldn't be the first time I've self-inserted into a fan fiction.
Writing your own dreams. Live your dreams.
Live your dreams. Live your dreams.
Yes, as a Hogwarts exchange student, write your own Hermione or like Draco Malfoy enemies to lovers, but you're just the new student.
Enemies to lovers with a pregnancy between men. There's nothing better. Men deserve to be pregnant too.
See, sometimes, chat, we'll be having a completely normal conversation about fan fiction, and then you get that. Anyway, that's a little sneak of how good our podcast is. It's coming out on Friday, by the way.
Fuck yeah.
Also,
Okay,
I also just saw that you made our thumbnail.
Yeah, is that okay, or do you want me to change our pictures? I just think our faces kill it in this photo.
I agree. Also, we don't even have other pictures yet.
Yeah,
Do
I was
we?
gonna maybe no.
I could also ask my editor for clips with the
done.
clothes that we're wearing.
But our clothes, because we're wearing merch, it's like really dark. Whereas like I like our shirts here because they're quite light.
Wait, did we talk about sport? Oh, we did.
Yeah, we did. We talked about the Super Bowl. We talked about golf.
We also talked about bats. I guess bats are associated with sport. But
Well, a lot of sports play with bats.
But that's not the bats we were talking about.
Also, we talked about women's sport, aka Taylor Swift on a world tour.
True, we did.
But yeah, okay. I will let
talk,
you go.
I will talk to you in approximately 10 minutes.
Okay, bye.
Okay, goodbye. Chat. There you go. Little preview of Girl Dozer. A gift from us to you. Although now that I think about it, Contra really did steal our idea. It's true that life is just constant suffering. Mamiro, you think that you're catching stream, but I am about to end stream. Because I am very tired, and I had a very big day today, and I have a very big day tomorrow, and also my dad's in hospital. Oh my god, there's updates. Hold on. You could search the world and never find such good goop. Arclight, thank you for the 52 months and the sneaky tier 3. I'm very grateful. Thank you. How dare you be tired and have big days? No, you're fine. Chat. Tomorrow. I'm watching on YouTube to maximize engagement. You're my hero. Thank you. You're one of 3 chatters that has not annoyed me today. So the rest of you, do better. Tomorrow, I'm giving you a chance at redemption. 1 chance before I go away for the wedding. And I need you to put me in a good mood because I need to celebrate love. And you guys are an extension of my happiness. And I'm going to need you to step up tomorrow. Because I can't do this on my own. I'm just a girl. Okay? So, if you step up for me, I will watch the other 2.5 hours of the Contra video tomorrow. Okay, deal? Now, I'm going to go and make baked beans on toast. Because of who I am as a person. Okay? You know, your notif did remind me that my laundry needs to be done, so thanks for that. That's what I've decided to do. I'm making your lives better every day. 1 little reminder at a time. Drink some water, take some D, read some fan fiction. contemplate the universe, but not too much because it'll make you mentally ill, like what happened to me. All right? I'm so insane. But I think being insane is a little more fun. Than not. So. You know what? I'm doing okay. Considering the last 2 months, I'm doing okay. There you go. There's my 3 seconds of self-reflection. Enjoy. Okay. Let me, last 4 years, I'd say. Well, what? Okay. Oh my God, I look so ugly today. Chat, how are any of you? Why did any of you give me money? I literally look. Oh my God. I'm just trying to find someone to raid, and my face just stared me back in the face. That's not okay. No, my belt's cute. Fuck off. My outfit was adorable today. My post-nap makeup is suffering, and I didn't put eyelashes on, so I probably feel a little ugly. But, I mean, you know, these things do happen. I don't owe you being beautiful every day. I'll try and be beautiful tomorrow. Not today. Chat, do I have any of my Dota viewers in here? Here. Let me send, here, I'll send you over to my mate. This is Nico. He plays, I don't even know how to spell this. He plays Dota with us sometimes. There you go. He's sometimes super tilty, but he's playing Dota. Go give him shit. It'll be funny. See, there you go. A little raid for my Dota viewers. You're welcome. Average Dota player, like legitimately. What should the raid message be? Go in there. Wait, hold on. Let's see what's going on. He's playing Pudge. He missed a hook. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully I've got good updates on my dad. I don't know what else I have to do. It's a lot. Still. I'll figure it out. Laundry, pack. No, I have to make my bed. That's what I have to do. I wash my sheets. So I'll go do that. Beans on toast. I'm going to go have baked beans on toast. All right, be good. Be kind. Stay sane of mind. Good night. Bye.